dance with, where the girls called Motion or something. They would always come out with him at the beginning of that.
Danny Terrio? I believe it was called Motion.
Motion,
Steve. Yeah. Nick was just rewatching that movie the other day, and we were talking about it yesterday about how funny it is, and it's kind of a culty type movie. It's great.
Have you ever seen the original one?
No.
It's with David Niven and Marlon Brando.
Nope.
Marlon Brando's pretty friggin' funny.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's the Steve Martin guy.
All right, so John Cena opened up about getting a hair transplant while talking to people, saying that it completely changed the course of my life. After fans pointed out his bald spot with signs like the bald John Cena, he decided to explore his options. He said, they pushed me into going to see what my options were, leading to a November procedure along with red light therapy and other hair treatments. Cena admitted that he'd wished he'd done it sooner. He said, I hate the fact that if there wasn't so much shame around it, I'd have gotten it done 10 years ago, and he now feels more confident, even saying a new hairstyle gives him more range as an actor. He said a different hairstyle can identify a part that can get me more work. I believe that.
Yeah, he
line of work.
Very funny. I think we played a clip a while ago of him talking about how supportive the fans were when they found out he had a bald spot.
So Cena wants to help normalize the experience, noting 7 or 8 out of 10 men suffer from thinning or baldness, and he's now proud of that decision. You said, if somebody's going to sweat me for that, then I don't think there's any shame in that at all.
I remember when I first, and this was years ago, so I started to head into Bruce Willis Die Hard territory, college. You know, I was starting to get that sort of formation. And I remember like, oh my God, I think, this is going this way. And I told you, I said, well, let's see what I'm going to look like. I bought a bald cap and I put it on. I'm like, all right, I think I can deal with this.
That's funny.
But I mean, it is the kind of thing, it's like anything. You have something with you, like, I remember when I first started seeing the vitiligo, I'm like, everyone's...
Nobody cares.
No one cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
We need to get
Dodson. Dodson. We've got Dodson here. Nobody cares.
But you think it cares. You think people care, and they don't. My little piece of advice today.
So looking at pictures of him, though, I mean, he had worn his hair so shorn.
Yeah.
I never noticed a glaring bald spot. He could have just shaved it all the way down.
Do you remember that movie he was in called The Marine? It was like a revenge movie where his wife gets abducted. And he was rocking a real super tight crew cut.
Yeah. But he says it's changed his life. So I'm happy about it. Yeah. Brooke Hogan is speaking out about why she skipped her father, Hulk Hogan's private funeral in Clearwater, Florida on Tuesday. The service drew guests like Triple H and Stephanie McMahon, but Brooke, who hasn't been in touch with her dad for 2 years, was noticeably absent. On her Instagram, she explained, my father hated the morbidity of funerals. He didn't want one. I had to make my own decision to honor him the best and most genuine way I knew, and that's privately. She shared photos of herself, her husband, Stephen Alexei, and their twins, Oliver and Molly, at the beach, saying, the only thing missing today was him in his pop-up lawn chair watching the waves and the sunset. She told her late father, we took our babies to the beach and put them in the same salty waters you loved. Brooke ended her tribute with, every grain of sand and every wave remind me of being your beach baby and brought us closer to you.
Every rose has its thorn.
Adding in a separate Instagram stories post that she'll keep celebrating his life, she said, while we have our feet in the same salt water that you loved. So... she's, her explanation is her dad didn't like funerals.
Yeah.
So listen, you can mourn in your own way.
Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of tumult.
Does
in
anybody
that family.
really like funerals?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, listen.
No.
Unless
I'd loathe
maybe if you were attending the Hitler funeral.
Yeah.
Maybe you could whoop it up and get some hoagies.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
So. Speaking of funerals, Brad Pitt's mother has passed away. The death of Jane Etta Pitt, retired school counselor, was confirmed by her granddaughter and Pitt's niece, Sydney, in a social media post yesterday. She had written, we were not ready for you to go yet, but knowing you are finally free to sing, dance, and paint again makes it a tad easier. Jane is survived by husband William Alvin Pitt, 3 children and 14 grandchildren. She was 84 years old. I haven't seen any responses from Brad as of yet.
If one of those kids isn't named Peach, they really missed an opportunity.
Oh, Peach Pitt. Yeah.
Peach Pitt. Yeah. But I think the parents stayed in in Springfield, Missouri, the whole time, even after Brad went on to make $1 gazillion, but they just wanted to stay in their hometown.
He's currently working on the sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Is it a sequel or a prequel?
Not really sure.
Yeah.
Supermodel Heidi Klum and her husband, Tom Collitz, have announced the next chapter in their health journey.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, Klum said, everything I'm getting on my Instagram feed at the moment is about worms and parasites. She told the Wall Street Journal in a recent interview, she said, so I'm doing a worm cleanse and parasite cleanse with my husband. But what do the experts say about that? Well,
What the
both the Cleveland Clinic and the Mayo Clinic have said that there are no scientifically proven benefits of the various parasite cleanses promoted via social media. Registered dietitian Beth Zerwani said, I really hope these cleanses don't become popular. There's just no credible evidence to show that they work, and they can bring big health risks as well.
But Heidi Klum says they work.
Among those health risks, vitamin and nutrient deficiencies, decrease in energy, and GI tract complications. As always, ask your doctor before you try something like this, instead of just following a celebrity or TikTok advice.
Do you know what I've had good success with, Preston? I rub a puree made out of earwigs on my face.
Oh, okay.
And it is really revitalizing my skin.
Wow.
I just made it up.
I thought you had a shine about you.
It's the pinchers.
Okay, that's what it's got to be. Glenn Powell, proud University of Texas alumni. And he's all about sharing some good news and making a fellow Longhorns year. At a recent football team meeting, head coach Steve Sarkisian explained to his players that they'd get down to business after a short video presentation. And on the big screen appeared Powell, who said, "What's up, Longhorns? It's Glenn Powell, fellow Texas alum. I have newfound respect for what it takes to join a football team. It takes grit, it takes grind, and most importantly, it takes heart." And at that point, he addressed one particular member of the team, a guy named Marshall. He said, "Marshall, your hard work has not gone unnoticed," adding that the school was giving the fifth-year senior a scholarship.
I love that.
And then all the guys go crazy and hug him, and they're all happy. So it was a nice thing for him to do.
Yeah, that's I love I see this stuff on Instagram all the time. Some dude walks on and just busts his ass, and I just love the support that they get from their teammates.
Do we have any idea how much is he getting a full scholarship?
Yeah, it'll be a full ride,
Wow.
but it's also it's his fifth year. Senior year. So it would have been a lot better to get that, I don't know, 4 years.
Hold on. You have to explain it to me.
Okay.
I don't. Is this his first year playing football with the team?
Well, you just said that was he's a fifth year senior.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So no,
I don't know how long he's been playing football. I don't know this world. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know this world in particular either. But I've seen other similar situations where they award a scholarship to somebody who's not on scholarship, right? Right. Somebody who's there who walked onto the team, who practices with the team every single day, and he's with all these people that are full scholarship, and then they award it to them.
Okay, I don't understand. He was already playing on the team.
Yes.
And now he gets a scholarship?
Yeah, so you don't have to have a scholarship to play Division I football.
Right. And a lot do, but he's been playing, and so they pegged him again.
It's a thing they do in Texas.
They docked and pegged him, but they selected him because of his work ethic and give him this scholarship.
So this year he gets his school paid for.
Yeah.
Yes.
When it means nothing, essentially.
Okay.
I'm just kind of surprised there's anybody on the University of Texas football team that doesn't already have a full scholarship.
That's why it kind of surprised me, because it's a legendary program, and so I didn't understand.
Yeah, but the teams are so big.
Sure.
They can't,
Okay.
It's like Rudy, where if you just want to be part of it, so you will do anything, you'll pay. Casey, he joined the Longhorns in 21, didn't see a game in action his first 2 seasons, appeared in 2 games during 2023, and then as a fourth-year senior, played 13 games. Yeah. So
listen,
he's like a red shirt for some of that.
Listen, he is an elite athlete, but he is not the elite of the elite. You know
It's
what I
like
mean?
when Nick, you got your scholarship in your 7th year.
Yeah,
Sure,
right.
yeah. Well, I'd earned it at that point.
All right, well, anyhow, the guy's happy. Glenn Powell did this. It was a nice thing for him to do. Jessica Biel gracefully laughing off a blunt comment from one of her sons who told her that she looked old. in a TikTok. She said, I woke up this morning, my son looked at me and said, you look old. And I was trying to figure out how to respond. And she plainly told him, oh, well, it's okay. We're all getting older, only for him to reply, I hope you don't look like a grandma. And she said, oh, my God, I am going to look like a grandma one day, adding that it made her think about how fast life moves. And she encouraged parents to savor the little things, saying, let your kitty ride his Tonka truck because one day you're going to be grandma.
I think you deflect with, hasn't Daddy's concerts become depressing?
It's not the first time the mom of two has been dragged by her boys.
He doesn't even sing.
Back in May,
Kind of sad.
Beal, who of course shares her sons with Silas and Phineas with Justin Timberlake, revealed a moment Silas told her that she has the worst ideas, while they noted both kids think that she's lame.
What's with Daddy not singing? He makes the audience do it.
How about that DUI?
No
Didn't
one
he have
likes
one?
that, yeah.
All right, so the first look at the upcoming bioterror thriller called Cold Storage is in, and it's led by Joe Keery and Liam Neeson. So Joe Keery is Steve on Stranger Things.
Right.
He's also Casey's buddy at Wetzel's Pretzels.
That's right.
And Cold Storage follows a couple of unlucky self-storage unit employees having the worst night of their lives when a parasitic fungus escapes from a hidden facility.
It looks pretty good.
The highly contagious and rapidly mutating microorganism starts taking over humans and anything else in its path.
So it looks like it's a little bit of the Andromeda strain meets Zombieland.
All right. With Neeson playing a grizzled, retired bioterror operative, the team races to stop what's described as the explosive extinction of mankind itself. I thought Liam Neeson said 4 or 5 movies back that he wasn't doing action
That had
movies
to be
anymore.
about 8, 9, 12 movies ago. Yeah, so he's continuing.
So Cold Storage is going to hit theaters sometime next year.
We're watching the trailer. This actually looks terrible.
It does.
It looks
the
really
guy's
terrible.
half head eaten off.
Yeah.
But anyway, you never know. I mean, it's got some good castmates. So, ESPN has announced their standalone streaming service is officially launching on August 21st. So that's when we get that. The service will also feature bulked up coverage of WWE events and NFL coverage in the near future, following Disney making deals with both franchises. The WWE events will hit the service in 2026. Additional NFL content, select out-of-market NFL preseason games during the 2025 and 2026 season, and more are said to be coming to the service as well.
That's pretty wild. I mean, these are major deals. But between the NFL and the wrestling, I mean that's huge stuff.
The new offering from ESPN will set you back $30 a month, $29.99 a month.
Well,
Oh my God.
I'm already like ESPN has a app. I mean, it's through the Hulu, Disney Plus.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
But you can also get it separately. I think I'm also at the point now where I need to break it all down again and start over, because I find myself, and I don't currently have Netflix. I'll get it back for Stranger Things when it comes back or whatever. But like Casey, I was thinking about it the other night because of ESPN. I'm like, it's just, I don't know. It's so complicated. It ends up being unbelievably expensive and kind of annoying.
So I'm going to say this. Right now, we talk about how we vacillate between the various streaming services. Some month it's going to be Apple TV's month, Apple Plus. They've got the shows you want to watch. Netflix has been tremendous between The Hunting Wives, Casey, Untamed,
is
which
great.
is sensational.
Wednesday opened up yesterday.
I couldn't find it.
Really?
I looked up for it on Netflix.
I didn't-
You said it debuted, and I was looking.
That's what the story that I said yesterday. Hopefully that wasn't incorrect.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we need to check on that because I didn't go looking for it.
I went and then what I consider might be the best show of the year, Department Q, which is a show that it takes place in Scotland. It is a police, a detective, a procedural. It's amazing.
Yeah, it did debut yesterday, August 6th, 2025. Here we woe again. All the episodes
right.
were made available. So
Wow,
maybe it was
interesting.
just a glitch on yours, Steve. I'm
It's
not sure.
possible. Yeah.
The first 4 were made available yesterday, and then more episodes of Wednesday will be available beginning of September.
Okay. Canadian comedy legends, the Trailer Park Boys, are coming back for a 13th season. Oh, wow. And it is the first new season for the series since 2018. The show will run worldwide on TPB Plus, which is the new identity of the Trailer Park Boys streaming site, SwearNet.
And Preston, only $50 a month.
For the uninitiated or un-Canadian, the series centers on petty criminals Ricky, Julian, and Bubbles, who live in the fictional Sunnyvale Trailer Park in Nova Scotia. Production on season 3 just wrapped, and season 13, I think. No word yet on a premiere date, but they're doing another one.
Yeah, so I was saying that the reboots, they're doing the reboot of Beavis and Butthead, which looks pretty damn funny. They're doing the reboot of King of the Hill.
Yep.
And so all these, and this
Trailer Park Boys?
I guess technically this was a hiatus.
Yeah, it seems more like that. But I know that fans of that show are rabid about it, so you'll be happy. The live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch is coming to Disney next month, Disney+. The movie hits theaters in May earlier this year and pulled in the big bucks, grossing over $1 billion at the global box office. The story follows a young Hawaiian girl, Lilo, who becomes friends with a blue alien Stitch after he crash lands to Earth. And so the movie will hit the Disney Plus app on September 3rd.
So they say the one difference between the animated and the live action is that Stitch impregnates Lilo at the end of this.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that is. I don't remember that from the animated at all. NBC has announced that American Ninja Warrior will be returning for an 18th season. According to the network, the next season of the competition series will begin filming in Las Vegas this fall and will introduce a new round featuring what they described as a supersized 3-lane race course where ninjas will face off head-to-head in thrilling side-by-side races. Season 18 will see competitors face off for a chance to win $250,000.
Go ahead.
Do you think you could even do, because they have to go through a whole series of things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you could even do one of them?
Doubtful. Me now? No. Maybe a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. Now you should start to think about it. I was originally going to say, I could probably do that first part. And then you're right. I remembered my skipping accident. and then I thought better of it. I would like to see a course for the non-committal ninja. I'm not going to do that.
No.
No, that's
On
not
second thought.
That's not my thing. Yeah.
No. Case, what about you?
Nope.
Yeah.
No. I'm working. No. I just don't have. I don't have the upper body strength. I don't have the grip strength.
Yeah. When I was a kid. When I was a kid, the monkey bars, I used to love doing this. Yeah. When you would skip one and go to the next one and swing like that.
I love it.
I used to love doing that,
it.
Man.
And we had in our junior high there, I don't know why it was at the junior high school, but they had monkey bars that were high enough to not, bend
your
knees.
legs wouldn't drag on the ground.
It was really fun.
If I tried it now, my arm would rip out of my socket. Most likely.
There's one case, if you've seen, it's kind of like a rotating, like a ball, where you're suspended and you're like climbing your way up, and
is the ball rotating while you're doing
rotating, and your arms are ripping out, and you want to die.
So casting for the new season is currently underway. So any interested parties should level up your workout and get ready for that. F1, the movie, headed back to IMAX theaters on Friday, and it plans to expand their availability in large screen formats the following Friday as well. The racing movie has become Brad Pitt's highest grossing movie of his career, bringing in $552 million at the global box office so far. You guys talk to anybody who's seen it?
Yes, and raved about it. Loved it.
Okay.
Well, Craig Legans thinks it's the finest auto racing movie ever. Now, I'm a big fan of, and technically it's not like movies like Le Mans and movies that really focus in on the race. Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan of Ford versus Ferrari.
Yep.
But Craig says this one is terrific.
Out of that, it made over $85 million from IMAX theaters alone as audiences went to see it on the big, really big screen.
When's it going to stream? Because I'm not going to go see it in IMAX. It's not going to happen.
I saw it in the in elevator news, Casey, that it's coming to Apple TV Plus like next week.
Okay.
Or next, soon.
What we should do is, if the elevator news ever goes out, we should put a desk with a news anchor in the elevator.
You know what bumps me out when you get in the elevator and like you actually see something that you're interested in pursuing, and then it immediately clicks in the next stream. I'm like,
man.
Well, do I have to ride the elevator again?
You got to read it fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to really, really do it. It was interesting because when I was in Chicago over the weekend, the hotel I was in had elevator news too.
Did it?
And I'm like, I feel like I'm at work.
Oh, what's better, elevator news or gas pump news?
Ooh.
Elevator news.
Elevator news.
Yeah.
I
Gas
agree.
pump news. It's an ad. It's, I never get any legit entertainment out of the gas station.
Yeah.
You know what's wild, Preston? Nick, the building, the tallest building in the world, the
Burj Dubai?
Right. They actually have Kindle books so that you can read them all the way up, which is amazing.
Wow. So you can read a novel while you're on your way up. All right, one last story. Taylor Kitsch, who rose to fame as troubled but good-hearted high school footballer Tim Riggins in the hit series Friday Night Lights, is offered a role in the upcoming reboot, but he turned it down. He said, I'm not going back. And
No.
he explained on a red carpet for his new Prime Video series, The Terminal List, A Dark Wolf. He did, however, leave the door open for a guest appearance. He said, I'll do a cameo. I would do one. It's got to be out of control, though. Fans would expect nothing less from Riggins. No word on when the reboot will premiere, but when it does, Peacock will be its streaming home.
Does he, when he says out of control, does he want his character to return running around screaming and pissing? And
Maybe it's like complete mania. That's out of control.
What a cameo.
All right, let's do the clips.
And yet again, add that to the list.
I'm playing her.
That is an ongoing accident.
Hang on a second. Okay. Can we explain this again?
Yeah,
And by the way, a listener, and I'm sorry.
Kyle.
Was it Kyle?
Yeah.
Was it Cast Iron Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cast Isle
Iron.
Yes.
And sent a collection of Casey hitting the burp instead of the timpani. It happens over and over and over again because of the bank of sound effects he has on this sound effects unit. It's the same button, but a different bank, and if it's not set, then you get the burp.
I don't think it was Kyle.
No, I think you're right. You're right, Casey.
yeah.
I'm wrong.
Oh, who was it?
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, all right. Anyway, but we had a collection of them, collage of them over the years, and that one gets added to the list. All right, clips.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah,
sure.
It's 2 minutes long.
We won't listen to all of it.
Let's
but
do 30 seconds.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So here's what we do. We have somebody reach in and draw the first school. Should I begin?
It's you.
In front of me.
You're the Preston.
Oh, God, I do that every time.
Liar.
Just happened.
Why a burp?
Because it was on the wrong page.
We should have a burp roll just to have a backup.
We have an announcement to make. We have a winner of Presidency School's teacher from yesterday. And what was that for?
It was not for anything.
Not for it.
It was for that.
Okay. The school that we chose yesterday was Gwinnett Mercy. We now have a name and a prize to.
I did it again. It gets funnier every time.
Because it legitimately is a mistake. Yeah.
But like, how funny is it that it's a burp?
That sound effect.
That sound effect.
For whatever reason.
I have 1,000 sound effects on here. And, oh God, it's like.
By the way, the guy's name is Ryan Gaffney. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ryan.
Okay.
Gave us a damn good laugh. All right. Hey, there's the drum roll, and now we can get to the clips. The horror film Weapons follows the community of an elementary school unprepared for what lies ahead after a group of students mysteriously disappeared. In this clip, Julia Garner shares why every day on set was a pinch me moment.
I think every day is a pinch me moment when the material is great, the cast is amazing, and the crew and the director and everybody is just bringing their A game, and they're super kind and professional, and that is a pinch me moment every single day because, it's not every day that it happens like that.
I forgot what movie I was going to see, but that was one of the trailers that played. It looks pretty freaky.
Probably
So
Fantastic Four, maybe.
Well, yeah. Right. They showed it for that. But she.
Oh, no, it was Life of Chuck. Sorry.
That's it.
Anyway.
No problem. She was great as the Silver Surfer, by the way. And the director did a movie called Barbarian, which is a really solid horror movie. I'm really looking forward to Weapons.
Yeah, man.
Hits theaters this weekend, by the way. Here's our next clip. Jamie Lee Curtis reprises her role as Tess Coleman for the highly anticipated anticipated sequel Freakier Friday. And here she talks about switching characters again.
I always hoped if we did a sequel that it would be a little bit like muscle memory. Like I would be able to slip back into Tess. But I didn't know prior to reading the script and really learning about what the movie was going to be. Really who I was going to end up switching with was a 15-year-old English girl, fish out of water kind of girl. That part of it was a little more complicated for me. It was a little more of a subtle shift.
Freakier Friday hits theaters this weekend, by the way. All right, there you go. That is your entertainment report. We welcome you if you're just joining us. We have a lot happening today. We have a number of guests that are going to be on the program. We're going to talk to Brian Westbrook this morning. We are going to talk to comedian Rachel Feinstein. We have the amazing Luke Spiller, lead singer and frontman for the band The Struts, checking in with us today. And we're also going to do this reveal. A little while back, Steve was getting some work done in his house, and behind a cupboard in the wall, found some artifacts that were left there. One of the artifacts was a photograph of two people, and we kind of put it out there in the world to say, can anybody maybe track down who this is? Just out of curiosity. You found this in the wall of your home.
Decades old.
Who are these people?
Yeah.
And so we have some follow-ups on this. Listener Tom McParlin did some research, and he's bringing in a few other people. So we're going to find out. We don't know. We haven't been told definitively if we have the identity of these people, but we have some information that is going to be revealed to us, and we're excited to find out. And I don't want to know anything until they get here.
Marissa asked that I stay out of the loop so we could have this revealed today, and I obliged.
Yeah, so you can see the picture on our Instagram account if you want, because it came along with it a few other pieces of information that kind of are clues to the timeline and all that. It's a really cool little mystery that's unfolding. So we'll find out the results of that, and we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. I think we have an interesting contest announcement that's going to be made when we return in this next segment as well. So a lot happening today. Stick around. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3. And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field.
Pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero. Wow. So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. And you can hear my call late in the night. Whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation Research, Education, and Patient Support Services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? Her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's she saw the information on the website, and she's like, "Oh my God, I get to see Preston." She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us.
Yeah.
So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which is really cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool. So you've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate.
You am them.
If you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fix. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
I do it
are you guilty of
all
this? Yeah.
the time.
By the way, if you are in the situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So
Kat?
it's not that I won't use things. It's that I use them,
Sparingly?
yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly?
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something? Okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times, and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through. Yeah.
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through, yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be. So I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage
So
door
I will
opener?
go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
it's going to happen anyway.
13.
Yeah.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front
Oh,
door?
is this why you're asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So on my wife's side of the family, one of the forget who it is.
Her side of the
Anyway,
family.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it.
Because of fear of it breaking?
That, a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking, all of that sort of, no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right. Yeah. But it's the same
Still
thing.
doing the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God. I'll run it like twice a day.
It's
Without
weird.
even dishes in it.
It's weird though, because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough. And it doesn't, and I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll like listen, the commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher,
show
and the
that all the
dishwasher's
time.
going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal. If you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes
May as
And
well
there's
go ahead
some-
and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yep.
Right?
By the way, here's a text says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll
man.
do that. I'll use the older item until so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the
Get
new
rid
one.
of it.
Yeah. But I understand
I know.
that reasoning, because when you see a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? From guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
Yeah, I know what you're
listen,
saying, yeah.
you have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living and they put everything.
It's so funny. It's because I have at home case, I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools and everything's in this place and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, "Oh, look at this." You open the door, the little the stool comes out. Little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, this is gorgeous." But how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah.
Here's a text says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid, and still to this day, because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it, no matter how hot and humid it is outside. But
Wow.
But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's not
somehow,
gonna-
even
fireworks.
though they've had it cleaned, they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break.
Joanna.
A fireplace. How do you break a fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh yeah, she loves it. Sometimes
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used the fireplace in our old home.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joanna.
it's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
We lived there for 10 years and never, and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down, and
A lot of people are.
Yeah,
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for.
Yeah.
It's made to put a fire
House
in
can
there.
set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
Well, we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you, Marissa. A lot happening today. Luke Spiller of the Struts joining us. Rachel Feinstein is going to be at Soul Joel's coming up August 21st. She's checking in. We're going to have Brian Westbrook on in a little while. We're going to find out, hopefully, who these mystery people are in the photo found in Steve's wall while renovation's being done. We have some detective work being done. But for now, we would like you to gain some knowledge via the Just Sayin Institute.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the inadvertent belch button drumroll research center.
Thank you, our fine sponsor. All right, so ape behavior.
Love it.
Just got a name upgrade. This particular behavior is called scrumping.
So we had found out recently that chimps were adorning themselves with what appeared to be jewelry, like blades of grass, even going so far as to stick them up their asses occasionally.
Yep.
So what is this?
Scrumping actually might help explain why humans can handle alcohol so well.
Because of drunk monkeys?
Kind of, yeah. Well, apes anyway. So researchers discovered that African apes regularly eat overripe fermented fruit off of the forest floor.
Who's that for some Manischewitz?
And this habit I thought you drank Thunderbird.
I've changed.
All right, and habit may be driven key evolutionary adaptations. By naming and classifying this behavior, scientists are hoping to better understand how alcohol tolerance evolved in our ancestors and how it might have helped shape everything from safety and the trees to social drinking rituals.
Think about how much imbibing has affected history. I mean, if you stop and think about that, it's incredible.
So scrumping is the name coined in a paper led by researchers at Dartmouth and the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. These primates' palate for picked up produce has taken on new importance in recent years, but scientists can't fully understand the significance of the behavior, particularly for human evolution, because they said we never bothered to differentiate fruits in trees from fruits on the ground. So those ones that are fermented can give you a buzz. You've heard of animals eating, apples that have sat there and rotted for a while, and then they act all loopy.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like that. So scrumping, by no name at all, looks like eating fruit. Eating fermented fruit may have triggered a single amino acid change in the last common ancestor of humans and African apes that boosted their ability to metabolize alcohol by 40 times.
Yeah, Bango, I really love you.
So scrumping, the researchers write, describes the act of gathering or sometimes stealing wind-fallen apples and other fruits. The word is the English form of the medieval German word schrimpen, a noun meaning shriveled or shrunken,
right?
Used to describe overripe or fermented fruit.
And the king's genitalia.
In England today, scrumpy refers to a cloudy apple cider with an alcohol by volume content that ranges from 6 to 9%.
So
get you banged up.
Yeah, man.
So, this is at the point where we begin to see primates drawn to this stuff specifically to get a buzz on.
Not necessarily specifically. I mean, so the researchers set out to better determine how common the new behavior classification is among great apes. Here's how the research went. So they examined dietary reports of orangutans, chimpanzees, and mountain and western gorillas observed in the wild. Feeding events were cross-referenced with how high off of the ground the animal was when it ate, as well as the height at which the fruit grows. If an ape ate at ground level, was recorded eating fruit known to grow in the middle or upper levels of the forest canopy, it was counted as scrumping. The researchers found that African apes scrump on a regular basis.
I just scrumped. I'm going to scrump again.
But orangutans do not.
We don't.
These results...
They have orange asses. They have enough to worry about.
Corroborate with the 2015 gene sequencing study, which found the primary enzyme for metabolizing ethanol is relatively inefficient in orangutans and other non-human primates.
So they can't
process it.
Yeah, right.
They can't metabolize it.
Right.
So they can't handle the booze.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So metabolizing ethanol may let African apes safely eat the fruit, and this adaptation could free them from competing with monkeys for unripe fruit in trees, and could also spare large apes the risk of climbing and possibly falling out of trees, which a study reports it's so incredibly dangerous that it influenced human physiology as well. So the scrumping thing, by last common ancestor of gorillas, chimpanzees, and humans about 10 million years ago, could explain why humans are so astoundingly good at digesting alcohol. Apparently, we're good at digesting alcohol.
How about that?
All right.
Because technically, you're taking a poison into your system.
Yeah, exactly. So the researchers said we evolved to metabolize alcohol long before we ever figured out how to make it, and making it was one of the major drivers of the Neolithic revolution that turned us from hunter-gatherers into farmers and changed the world.
Goddamn right. I want to make it with that chimp over there.
So we could handle booze before we even created it, apparently.
So I wonder if primates at that level have like scrumping goggles. When like a chimp that would not normally look good.
Yeah.
That's what the hell.
Yeah.
The hell? Hey, look at this. I have a piece of grass in my ass.
Yeah. I might regret this tomorrow, but whatever.
What the hell?
Humans may have also
She's got a scrumping face.
Retained social aspects that apes bring to scrumping. A fundamental feature of our relationship with alcohol is our tendency to drink together. The next step is to investigate how shared feeding on fermented fruits might also influence social relationship in other apes.
You've had your fingers in that bowl of peanuts. You dirty, God knows where they've been.
Yeah.
In your own butt.
For 15 minutes.
For 15 straight minutes, I've been watching you putting your big fat fingers into
monkey
your
fingers.
disgusting mouth, which is filled with God knows what kind of bacteria. And then you take the same big fat filthy fingers and you stuff them back into the bowl that is there for public consumption. What the are you thinking, John?
Yep. All right.
I guess I wasn't thinking, John.
I have another story from the Just Saying Institute, and this for those who have needle phobia. And there are plenty of people that do. This might be interesting. So, flu shot season's around the corner. Injections remain the most common form of vaccination, but scientists are working hard to find other ways to deliver inoculations that don't involve shoving a needle into your flesh. In a new study, researchers think they may have found another novel approach, and that is, believe it or not, dental floss.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. So they inject dental floss into your body.
No, they don't
okay,
do that.
I can't get this in.
In the new work, a team of scientists based in the U.S. demonstrated how this might work on lab mice, finding that vaccine delivery via dental floss was more effective at stimulating antibody production than if the vaccine was delivered under the mice's tongues, and about as effective as a nasal spray delivery method.
I've heard of the nasal spray delivery.
Yeah, but you never really... You ever given that option?
No.
Yeah, back when the bird flu, it was a swine flu.
Okay.
The scrumping flu.
Well, no, but we went to a mass inoculation event at Penn State Brandywine, and so we had the kids.
Yeah.
They were really small, and they did the nasal thing.
The nasal thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. But if the results are true for humans, then some vaccines should be given via tooth tape without the need for needles.
To me, unless it comes in a suppository form, I don't want to know about it.
You don't even want to try.
Even my dental floss is in a suppository.
Dude, the shot is nothing. I mean, you don't even feel it.
You know what though? The funny thing is that, and obviously, we know Kathy had, and still has a big needle fear. I know a number of people who have it. I'm wondering now though. So with Ozempic, you're injecting yourself.
You're injecting yourself. Yeah, it's
okay.
a very small gauge needle. Too.
Right.
You don't even feel it. But but I will say, for me at least, it is very unnatural to puncture
stick something in your body.
Yeah. I for my psoriasis years ago, I used this product called Emerald, and I had to give myself injections. And the first time you do it, you're like,
does that come in a suppository?
And no, it doesn't come in suppository form. But then you're like, oh, this is nothing.
It's nothing.
And then it was easy.
Preston, I've gone from injecting our cats for diabetes medicine, and then also doing a saline drip, an IV on one of the cats, because that sensation of, I'm sticking something into that. That's supposed to protect me. Yeah. And then once you get used to it, it's just tissue.
So when I was in high school...
I'm going to be a great murderer one day.
When I was in high school, one of our cafeteria ladies passed away, and it turns out she had tuberculosis. So they had to give TB tests to the entire student body, right?
Oh, wow.
So 2,000 kids, and so it's really, so they have to stick a needle under the first or second layer of your skin. So it's not even going in that deep, and then they inject this liquid in. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, the toughest girl in my entire class, I'm not going to say her name, but this is one girl that you would not want to mess with.
Right.
Was screaming and crying like bloody murder over this thing.
It'll reduce people to messes.
Oh, no doubt. Yes.
I haven't watched the videos in years, but if you go on YouTube and you type in soldiers afraid of needles, you will see the biggest, burliest guys, toughest guys you've ever seen crumble like a child when they break out the needle. Some people are just afraid of them. They're just terrified by it. Now I'm going to use a lot of jargon here.
Okay.
The junctional epithelium is the technical term for deep tissue between the tooth and the gum. Epithelial tissues are one of three layers of so-called mucosal surfaces, which are the membranes that lubricate and protect your body's organs and cavities, including your nose, mouth, and intestines. Many pathogens like influenza and COVID can enter the body through these mucosal surfaces. The co-author of the study said if a vaccine is given by injection, antibodies are primarily produced in the bloodstream throughout the body, and relatively few antibodies are produced on mucosal surfaces. And they said, we know that when a vaccine is given via the mucosal surface, antibodies are stimulated not only in the bloodstream, but also on the surfaces too. So it actually can be even more preventative.
So you're saying, okay, transdermal, I think is the term, where it can pass through the skin when applied to that part of the skin. That's what you're saying? I submit to you, sir. Is that what you are saying?
What's your question?
Is so simply by applying it to those areas between the teeth, to that skin, it goes into your system. You're not having to penetrate.
Yeah, correct. Yes, and it will be. It actually has some more benefits apparently.
Well, you get the dirt out between your teeth.
It says this improves the body's ability to prevent infection because there is an additional line of antibody defense before the pathogen even enters the body.
Does that come in a suppository?
The dental floss vaccine delivered significantly superior antibody production on mucosal surfaces than under the tongue inoculation and was comparable to the nasal spray. I haven't heard about the under the tongue inoculation. I know there are medications that they will ask you to put underneath your tongue, and
they were working on something that was a hypodermic, Preston, that employed it did go in like a needle without pain, but it was a very super thin water, almost like a water needle.
Oh,
I remember that.
And so I haven't heard anything about that.
Preston, you heard of the tinctures, the CBD or THC tinctures that you can put under your tongue?
Yes.
And I didn't know about this until recently, and it's a new way to either get medical or recreational marijuana, and I don't really like smoking weed that much. It really messes with my lungs, but I do enjoy a gummy every now and then. I would like to try one of these tinctures for the under the tongue thing.
In Pennsylvania, before they started selling the edibles at the dispensaries, tinctures were your only choice.
No kidding.
Huh. Yeah. So
is that how you would do it?
Yeah.
You put the drop under your tongue or whatever?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Tastes kind of oily.
Yeah.
Do they have suppository tinctures?
Probably. In fact, Riley Cote brought some by here years ago.
That's right.
The
when
CBD.
He was early on with the CBD and all that stuff. Yeah. So
and apparently you can get like stronger CBDs now that are bordering on THCs.
Huh. Interesting. As far as the floss goes for vaccines, as for cost, the researchers think that it would be similar in price to other vaccine delivery techniques. However, there are some inherent limitations to a floss vaccine. For example, it can only be used for individuals with teeth.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be a sticking point.
Therefore, this approach can't be used in neonates or newborns.
What if you pop in a pair of dentures?
Until they experience a teeth eruption.
Yeah, it's a great band.
Which
we are Teeth Eruption.
It's a great Van Halen song too. Which typically occurs at around 6 months of age. Further, the impact of gingival tissue infection.
And then Marianne
on vaccination is unclear. Yeah,
we are Teeth Eruption.
Additional studies.
Are you ready to floss?
Are ready to answer this question. So, all right, we will dive into something else in the Just Saying Institute. So, do you guys know people who have headaches when storms are coming?
Well, my wife.
Or joint pain.
When there is a shift in barometric pressure, like if a day is particularly windy or a storm front is coming, my wife suffers from migraines. She is more often likely to get a migraine around that time, around that change in weather.
Wow. So for years, this phenomenon was dismissed as imagination or coincidence. Now with sharper tools and larger data sets, more researchers are taking weather-related symptoms seriously. According to researchers, sudden swings in atmospheric pressure, humidity, and temperature can lower blood oxygen saturation, the amount of oxygen that your red blood cells carry, while also triggering hormonal fluctuations and cardiovascular strain, biological changes that many people experience before a storm breaks.
What about you? You suffer from migraines occasionally.
Yeah, I've never correlated it with weather.
You must use suppositories.
I must use suppositories.
Preston, it's sometimes where I'll look outside the window here and I'll see it getting windy, and I will just call up Claire to see how she's doing because it's almost that reliable.
By the way, what happens if you swallow a suppository? You know, is that
taste poop?
Is that a bad thing?
Oh, you mean not a used one?
Not a used one, no.
There's somebody on hold that might be able to help the answer.
Clean. Is it, I didn't even see that.
No!
All right, we go. Our good friend from Fox 29, Penn Medicine, and our personal doctor, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Hi, Dr. Mike.
Oh, my God, did you cover a lot of stuff there?
Yeah. Have you been on hold for a while? I didn't even realize. I apologize.
Listen, as long as I've kept you waiting, if you keep me on hold for a couple minutes...
You got a good point, sir.
So accurate.
Although I did pretty good with Casey yesterday.
You did.
Yeah, Casey, right, Casey? Didn't I get you in and out
You
quick?
did, and thank you so much for that.
All right, call me later.
I will.
All right.
Take two suppositories.
Hey,
and call me later.
real quick, with the suppository question, what if you took that orally, Mike? Would that cause a problem?
Well, it might, because it's not designed for oral administration. A
for anal.
suppository, if you're talking about rectal suppositories, it goes down there. Now, there's also vaginal suppositories.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, they're
You just flip it over.
differently. Yeah, you don't want to be swallowing that stuff. Don't do that.
That was a stupid question. All right. Anyway, what did you hear that made you want to call in?
Well, I just hear your voice and I want to call it. But I mean, the bottom line is that, look, a lot of guys, I have a jet fighter pilot, all right, who can't stand getting a shot, a vaccine, or any kind of needle. And so the dental floss issue could be very promising. And the thing that you have to remember, a lot of viruses and infections tend to go through the oral mucosa, all right? And so, like with COVID and things like that, there was a lot of real interest in trying to get vaccinations and things up in that area. Now, Steve and I can't tell you how we are more of a disciple of the nasal lavage, right, Steve? It's the thing
Yes.
that brings us together. We're like brothers in NeilMed rinses.
Well, let me ask you, statistically, and you talk about entering through the oral mucosa. I've always heard that the nose is really the flashpoint for the entry of most diseases into the body. I submit that to you.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
sir. Yes, and the theory is, and look, Steve, you and I both know throughout the entire pandemic,
Yes.
that the nasal lavage, and there's studies to back it up, that it reduced the risk of getting COVID, amongst other things. And as far as sinus health, all right, it's a tremendous benefit because it keeps it moist, it keeps it lubricated, and it flushes out all of the allergens, the pollen, and bacteria, and I'm telling you, it's a lifesaver.
All right, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, and I know this is the case, but people always ask about this. You recommended to me years ago when we were doing the Camp Out for Hunger and I would lose my voice, you recommended the NeilMed sinus rinse. Since I got on that, and you know I go a little bit crazy, I'll do it 3 to 4 times a day. I have not had a cold to speak of. I've not had anything in that realm. Not, I'll get like a stomach thing or something, but that's another deal. But flus and stuff like that and regular colds, I don't get them anymore, Dr. Mike.
It's amazing, and it's safe. It's effective. It's not Afrin. It's not something you can only do for a couple of days, and it's not an antihistamine that can dry you out and make things worse.
All right.
Now, that's really the bottom line. Now, Preston, you were talking about the weather.
Yes.
And so it really, a lot of it has to do with barometric pressure, and I think that people with migraines can also have fluctuations in the barometric pressure, leading to things like sinus pressure and headaches. But all of it, changes in temperature, all of that can affect people with migraines.
Well, you're Claire's doctor as well, and you know that, and we've talked about that, and there is, to me, a direct correlation between them. Let me ask you, in relation to this, it used to be the old story that my bunion would start throbbing, or you'd have some sort of...
your knee acts up,
your
and
knee
there's
acts
a
up.
storm coming.
Yeah, right, exactly. Is there any merit to that?
Oh, absolutely. That's another case of the barometric pressure, and it can cause, back in the day, my rheumatism is kicking in.
Yeah, the rheumatism. By the way, Mike, there's a term here that they've given this, and they say it's not yet a formal diagnosis, but it's called meteoropathic illness.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're finding more evidence for it, and scientists are working on, zeroing in on who's affected by it and how it can happen. So.
Well, yeah, and it's affecting our health, not just that, but the warmer winters and the longer growing season increases your risk of Lyme disease, which I'm seeing a ton of now, and you've got to be careful with that. You have to make sure that you protect yourself. There's a big outbreak of chikungunya in China, and that... Yeah, chikungunya. It's a virus, and it's mosquito-borne. You got to be careful, but a lot of these things are due to changes in weather, more rain and warmer temperatures. It's happening.
Chikungunya?
Chikungunya. You never heard
of it?
Little
dude, I put some fried rice.
From, I forget the name of the. It's Kimakande language.
Okay.
I think my cousin got that. In fact,
they opened for CNC Music Factory.
No. But I'm fairly certain that my cousin got that just a couple of years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a term. It means it makes you have so bad muscle aches that you get a stooped walking is what the term is. But there's about 7,000 cases in China right now, and it's mosquito borne. All right, it's not person to person, and it can really affect you to the point where even after you've gotten over it, about 30% of people will have chronic joint pain going forward.
That's pretty wild. By the way, Dr. Mike, on a side note, I just re-upped my membership in the AMA, which is the Academy of Model Aeronautics. So I want you to know
Steve,
that. Yeah.
There's two things.
If you
on
need
my
to consult
bucket list.
with me, yes.
It's not climbing a mountain. It's doing that with you and taking you out for sushi. That is, it's on my list. I want to see it. I want to watch it. All right, we're gonna take you to places you've not been before.
All right. As long as there's a suppository, I'm there. We love you, Dr.
Well, it may
Mike.
have wasabi in it. That'll work.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mike. Love you.
Love you.
All right, talk to you later. See ya. So Chikungunya open for CNC Music Factory? I got to believe that that Gene Simmons would promote
When was the last time
a medication?
you had a really good chikungunya?
I was thinking of medication for chikungunya, and he could do the ad for
And this
it.
is the inventor, Dick Azinia. What was that name again? It's Dick Azinia. Chikungunya sounds like a bad,
Dick
pun.
Azinia is related to Stixadinia, right?
Yeah, exactly.
From Steel Panther. All right, Kay, should we wrap it up? Oh, we can do one more?
You can do one more.
Okay,
I think we can do one more.
All right, thank you, Gene. So, let me see. What do I want to...
By the way, another side note thing. I was watching something on a DIY channel. It was Paul Stanley getting a custom-made conference table.
What?
And yes, like this company takes these huge pieces of fallen lumber and reconvert them into these amazing conference tables. And he's walking around looking at it, and it's the most bizarre thing because he looks like a cross between from the Godfather 2. The old guy.
Hyman Roth?
Hyman Roth and a member of KISS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's not wearing a shirt under his hoodie, and he's got it zipped down to mid-level.
Right. It was bizarre.
Just Saying Institute?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
Just Saying Institute featuring Dick Azinia.
the scientists say that they have at last solved the mystery of what killed more than 5 billion starfish off of the Pacific coast of North America in a decade-long epidemic.
A decade-long the death of billions?
Billion. 5 billion sea stars,
Holy
also
hell.
known as starfish. So
How come I'm
starfish
the last to hear about this?
typically have 5 arms, and some species have up to 24 arms. They range in color from solid orange to tapestries of orange, purple, brown, and green. So starting in 2013, a mysterious sea star wasting disease sparked a mass die-off from Mexico to Alaska.
So wasted.
The epidemic has devastated more than 20 species and continues today. Worst hit was a species called the sunflower sea star, which lost around 90% of its population in the outbreak
I find
in the
them
first 5 years.
Fascinating, don't
Yeah.
you? I mean, they're just amazing.
Yeah, and so I haven't seen one in the wild in a long, long time. But when I was a kid, we used to go to Ocean City for our vacations, and they had jetties set up. And I think the jetties are all gone now too because with the dredging and stuff. But they would park themselves over by the jetties, and you could go and grab the starfish. But I haven't seen one.
There's a beach in the Virgin Islands, Casey, where you can. I think it's called Water Lemon on St. John, and you go snorkeling there, and there's a little shoal off of that beach, and it's littered with sea stars and starfish. It's really cool, and you're in like 5-6 feet of water, and they're everywhere. It's a really fascinating.
Do you remember
thing.
when you were a kid and you'd walk along the first time you saw an actual starfish or a horseshoe crab? It's like, oh my God,
wow,
it's so alien looking.
Lissy Gaiman, who is the marine disease ecologist, said healthy sea stars have puffy arms sticking straight out, but the wasting disease causes them to grow lesions, and then their arms actually fall off. So the culprit is a bacteria that has also infected shellfish, according to a study published on Monday. It took more than a decade for researchers to identify the cause of the disease, with many false leads and twists and turns along the way. Early research hinted that the cause might be a virus, but it turned out the denzovirus that scientists initially focused on was actually a normal resident inside healthy sea stars.
All right.
Not associated with the disease. Other efforts missed the real killer because researchers studied tissue samples of dead sea stars that no longer contain the bodily fluid that surrounds the organs. But the last study included detailed analysis of the fluid called a choliamic fluid, where the bacteria Vibrio pesitendicida were found. But anyhow,
oh my God,
they said it's hard to trace. But now they know the cause. They have a better shot at intervening to help the sea stars. Scientists could potentially now test which of the remaining sea stars are still healthy and consider whether to relocate them or breed them in captivity and later transplant them to areas that almost have all of their sunflower sea stars gone.
There's some science fiction, and I can't quite place it. So if anybody knows what I'm talking about, let me know. But there's science fiction where somebody splices the genes of a starfish into like humans, so that if a human were to lose an arm, or do you know what? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Species?
No, it's not species.
No, is it?
It's. I think it's a book, but man, it's escaping me.
No, and it was made into a movie.
All right.
And that's been employed in a couple of different things. If you think of the Spider-Man villain, he's using lizards to kind of do the same.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But I know what you're talking about.
What about Iron Man 3?
Yes.
Yes.
They used, they used plant-based regrowth techniques or whatever.
Real quick, that movie, like the first 80 to 85% of Iron Man 3 is really good, and then it just falls apart at the end. That's my editorial on Iron Man.
I think when
Iron Man 3,
though, Nick, when he does the protocol, and you see all the different
house party protocol,
the ones that line my desk right here at work.
I really enjoyed most of it, and then you get to the end, and there's that fight on the freighter ship, and you're just like, what the hell's going on here?
I did kind of like that.
There's that. That's it. That's all I got on Iron Man 3.
Sorry, man.
It's all right.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll make it.
That's all the time we have for Just Sayin Institute this morning, and hopefully you gleaned a little bit of knowledge from strolling the campus and hearing some of these stories. We're going to take a break because we have a lot to get to today. We have a number of guests, and we'll get to the bizarre file when we return, so stay put. Let me.
You brought those fires home, and then you put them in the fire. Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good morning.
Go, please.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Terry?
Well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his dad about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow, or the snow might be too heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn snowblower.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right?
I'm trying.
Yeah, but I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah, but it's what it's made for. All right, thank you, Terry. Here's one that says, my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker bulb.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God, that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny. God. Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner, or something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart. Some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing you bring up, the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like, I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the battery.
Dennis, check the battery on the Shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick. No, we have these tools, power tools, that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, and stuff
lithium
like that.
batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time, because you never know when you're going to need to do a project, and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in, I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. And I go and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They were all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it off.
Power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason. Hot or cold.
You're told they'll blow up if
I know. I keep.
What do you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So if my mom's come over, she's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy, but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp.
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do
no.
You dive in right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
well, wait a second.
In my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you use. I do like things to look nice and pristine. So there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up, that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry. It's just not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need a nice, clean
finer cut.
Yeah. So, you need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew a letter on the tongue of the shoe. So I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those...
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm following you.
The oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version I only wore them to jog, and then...
Are they identical?
Identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling, and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door. And so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah. And now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really proud of myself, Kathy, because, you have a lawn mowing shoe guy?
No, I just want to go to a call when you eventually stop talking. So,
hang on a second, Preston. I got something for you here.
Hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break. Yeah. And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
we had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broke. And my brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, I mean, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
In little brackets?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that back. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats? That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right,
so
thanks.
To this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. A little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right. Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone might take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and, with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, well, you guys know, like when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and like it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if like there's the alternative to go elsewhere, like for example, Ulta, when we used to do Plymouth meeting, like you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But like if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen, push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick? It
Well,
says,
I'm confused by the details at the end.
all right, shall I read the last part first?
But just
or-
what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would
put on the-
rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a
You
kid.
did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
Oh,
but
all right.
we had this thing, and you would. It had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip
that's funny.
over that would say clean or dirty.
That's
I
cool.
like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have
Yeah,
used that
makes
yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Marissa, we got a lot of guests on the program, but before we get into any of that, let's do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster.
Yeah.
Buyers now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, filled, gone. So a bear was seen wandering around northern Wisconsin with a jar on its head, and he has been freed. So Jamie Morey said, my immediate neighbor was like, hey, just a heads up, here's what's heading towards your house. Morey actually is the medical coordinator for the Humane Association in Ashland, Wisconsin, and she's used to getting the word about missing dogs and cats, and this time it involved a bear in a potentially dire predicament. Morey had actually been tracking the bear all week, and as it was spotted regularly, the bear was finally found in Morey's neighbor's yard on Sunday. She said, earlier this week, I was like, there's no way.
Yes, I'm a big chubby bear with a furry tail.
And this story is not going to end well. It's not going to be this hero's story, and lo and behold, the bear is alive, and it does not have a bucket on its head anymore, she said.
And technically, really a jar head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the department staff had responded and tranquilized the 2-year-old female bear before cutting off the jar.
Cutting off its head.
The DNR said the bear was then relocated and released into the woods.
It just breaks my heart when you see like an animal in nature that has its head caught in some sort of piece of garbage or whatever.
I tell you guys, I saw a reel the other day. It was a bear swimming, and it had a jar over its head. And these people, they were in a boat, and they brought the boat up to next to them.
And were able to pull it off.
They were able
Dangerous,
to pull it off.
but I commend
So
them.
the bear was still able to drink by ducking its head into water, and then water would go into the bucket
that's very
or into
smart.
the jar.
Yeah.
Morey said you could tell the animal was skinny. It obviously had been wearing it for some time. The bear weighed roughly 70 pounds when she was rescued. Officials say a bear her age typically weighs somewhere between 100 and 150 pounds during the summer. The bear was in good shape. No noticeable injuries when she was found. As for how long she could have survived trapped in the jar, Johnson said that's hard to say, but said that it's thanks to all the tips from the public that this bear has a good shot at surviving. So it's good news there. Officials in Durham, Connecticut, tore down a small fort that was named Fort Dingleberry that was built on town property, but the community wants it back now.
They want Fort Dingleberry back.
Yeah, the fort was constructed in the Ott Meadow open space area without permission from the town, and no one seems to know who did it. Durham's Conservation Committee decided to remove the structure because it was built on public land without approval. The community is now debating whether the town's action was the right thing to do. Many residents seemed upset that Fort Dingleberry was torn down and are pushing for it to be rebuilt or allowed back. Story's gotten attention online with people discussing whether the town overreacted by moving what appears to be a harmless structure for kids and community members that had built it. But for now, Fort Dingleberry remains gone but alive in the hearts of whoever snuck in there and built it to begin with.
There was a sign in Fort Dingleberry that said "No weenies allowed." And
So that's from SpongeBob.
oh, it is?
Yeah, that's
The sign?
Weenie Hut. The Weenie Hut Jr. was a.
I mean, this looks like the most innocent thing on the planet. Why would they destroy it?
Next door was the Salty Spittoon that had a sign on it that said "No weenies allowed."
I think there should be 2 laws that they should be a little bit more lax on, which is you can bury loved ones on your own property if you want to, and you should be able to build a fort on any public property you want to.
As long as it's named Dingleberry. In North Carolina, Johnson County deputies arrested a Catholic priest on Monday. Allegedly, he solicited a prostitute. Clemente Olvera Guerrero is charged with 1 count of felony soliciting prostitution. On Monday, the Diocese of Raleigh sent a notice to its parishioners. They received notice that said this morning of the arrest of Friar Guerrero. Upon receiving that information, he was immediately removed from the ministry. While Friar Clemente deserves a full presumption of innocence until proven otherwise, his priestly duties in the Diocese of Raleigh have been revoked and he will be returned to his religious order while the matter is further investigated by legal and canonical authorities.
I can easily explain this. I don't speak your language and I misunderstood the word.
Deputies said they arrested Guerrero on church property.
Oh,
and the
boy.
sheriff's office said the alleged crime happened on church property.
Oh, no, it's not looking good.
Jaquavis Brinson faces a misdemeanor charge of prostitution. The sheriff's office said deputies saw a suspicious vehicle outside the church just before 1 a.m. on Monday and found the 20-year-old on the property. According to the sheriff's office, Olvera Guerrero contacted Brinson in an app to meet him at the church, and they began engaging in intercourse.
What is the best priest dating app?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
There's a number of them out there, so we'll have to look up some surveys and see which ones people like the most.
Well, you know my occupation.
What's that?
Priest.
No. All right, so this is a fun story. A playful idea in a Disney Cruise Facebook group evolved into a delightful prank involving dozens of husbands all wearing the exact same shirt to dinner on the same night. One of the masterminds behind it was Molly Akmuti, who explains that someone in the group for the dates they'd be cruising shared a video of wives giving their husbands matching shirts for a church event. And from there, the idea took off. Wives were sharing shirt ideas and links. Then they all decided to buy the same shirt for their fellas, a blue button-up with a surfing Mickey Mouse print that was only $16 at Walmart. Once they were on the cruise, they had a 5:45 p.m. dinner reservation on the night of the prank. That's when Molly's husband, Mitchell, noticed several other guys wearing the very same shirt he had on, leaving him a little bit confused.
That's great.
But the best part was when everyone headed to the ship's lobby for a character dance party, and more men showed up with matching shirts. The wives coordinated a meetup and got all the guys to pose for a group photo in their matching T-shirts. And the video of the prank has gone viral with more than 2 million views. I love pranks like that. That's great. And then we'll do one more story and we will wrap this up. A man in Washington State tried 3 times to tow his broken Mercury Montego and managed to crash into the same restaurant twice in the process.
Oh, boy.
The comedy of errors started when his Mercury broke down at an AutoZone parking lot. He returned the next morning with a Honda Pilot and a spare tire and a tow dolly. But instead of loading the car properly, he strapped it to the front of the dolly when he tried to leave the sloped parking lot. The tow rope broke and the Mercury rolled backward. On his second try, he used an extremely long strap made of multiple straps tied together. The Mercury broke free and crashed into the Upbo and Teriyaki restaurant. He pulled it out and tried again, but the car crashed into the same restaurant entrance a second time. On his third attempt, a woman helped him steer while he towed, but the car ended up stuck in shrubs, and then he abandoned it.
Done. If you're talking a Mercury Montego, you're looking at $30 to $40 worth of damage.
Police arrived shortly after to find the Mercury wedged in a parking space and the Honda driver nowhere to be found. The restaurant suffered significant damage from being hit twice from this idiot trying to tow his car out of there. All right, and that is it. That's what I have in our bizarre file for you. Our cavalcade of guests starts when we return. We're going to talk to Brian Westbrook. We've also got some details on a contest coming up with our friends at JDog Junk Removal. I'll explain. We also have the update of the mystery photo from Steve's house. We have comedian Rachel Feinstein joining us and Luke Spiller of the Struts, all during this broadcast. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
That sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something
January
like that.
1st is what
Yeah,
I do.
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is
I'm that
unnecessary.
way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
You're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting,
Yeah.
but
Not disgusting. sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, well, I hang it up to dry, to air dry. So,
over the TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? Right. How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Oh, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me go to...
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but like I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it. And I'd rather just walk out to my car, start in the morning, and then go back in the house being like, gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts.
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
You had a backup.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
That right? All right. Thank you for
Can't
it.
play me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws' garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash bag in the sink next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, we had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed it. And he said he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will... I have thrown thousands of eggs down into the disposal over years, and he's like, "Yeah, that's one you need to avoid." I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. Okay, so like there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose? Then,
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh. Clam and oyster shells, really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini that she had pasted. However, we didn't do the connoisseur last week. We'll have to at some point pull that out. But I saw this really interesting article from BuzzFeed, and I know that some people can relate and probably have their own stories to share. But the title of this article was people are sharing the questionable ways their families cook specific foods.
I love when we talk about stuff like this.
And it says, and some are quite frankly crimes. So I'll read a few examples.
Well, one man's crime could be another man's favorite.
That's true.
Right.
And feel free to share if you guys have anything to contribute. Our number is... what is our number?
215.
No, 215-263 WMMR. 1-800-232.
You can call that one if you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. All right,
Who is this?
Yeah. All right, so I'll start with this one. It says, my stepdad's mom took a stick of butter and used it like a crayon to smear butter all over a raw turkey, and then she put the rest of the stick on the table for rolls.
Oh, yeah, no,
So I've
That'll
actually
kill
seen.
ya.
No.
I've actually seen a device that is like a I don't know, just like a clamp for butter. It doesn't have to require a lot of pressure, but the basic gist is you put the stick of butter in it and you slide it around on waffles and pancakes.
Yeah, we have one. It's called a Butterbot.
Oh, okay.
And and it looks like a little robot.
Yeah.
And you stick it inside there, and you take off his little R2D2 head.
Yeah.
And the butter sticks out the end there, and it's actually curved a bit so it fits on corn on the cob.
This is not the butter you're looking for.
And it's really great for corn on the cob.
Casey, this would be perfect for your problem of getting butter in each square of a waffle.
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because
I think it would.
Right?
Especially if you heat it up a little bit.
This is not what we're looking
No,
at.
no, no,
If
I
you're
know
looking
that.
at a video, that's not
These
what
are
it
not
is.
your butter dispensers.
Yeah. So anyhow, but using that on raw poultry
No.
and
Then
serving
putting it
it
out?
to
No.
family,
No.
You could get deathly ill.
you get very, very sick. All right, here's another one. This says, my mom once had a meltdown in her kitchen when she saw me cooking an egg in a skillet. She likes to cook her eggs in the microwave until they're rubbery and tinged with gray, and she insists that this is the only way to do it.
She's a lunatic.
I actually didn't even know you could cook an egg in
Oh
the
yeah,
microwave.
you can do it, but it turns out
It's gross, right?
Yeah, you don't get a soft center on the yolk. You get a kind of hard, almost a boiled type of thing.
I mean, even I can do an egg in a skillet. Come on.
Hang on a second here. This one says, not exactly cooking. This is a text. It says, not exactly cooking, but my mom cuts pizza with scissors.
Oh,
I've heard
no,
of
I've
that.
heard
I
that
have
too.
heard of that. Yes.
I've seen it too.
I worked for a family who owned a pizza shop. They owned a very successful, still successful pizza shop down the shore. And when their kids were little, they would bring the pizza home for dinner and they would cut it up into like little pieces for a baby, but they would do it with the scissors.
Okay.
Do you do the same thing we do? So with our deli meat, we'll use hole punches and put them into a binder.
A 3-ring binder? I haven't tried that, but that's awfully efficient. Saves some
Where's the liverwurst book?
Marissa?
I feel like the scissor things comes from Italy. Like when you're in Rome, they have these long pizzas and they cut them with scissors.
Okay.
Do you
So
think
that's maybe where that comes
I
from.
don't know.
on that note, do you think that pizza tastes slightly different if you eat it with a knife and a fork than
Yeah, it's not as
Taste
good.
different? No.
yeah.
I mean, it's a different eating experience, but I don't think it tastes different.
I think
know, but, like,
psychologically-
the bite and the.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I don't. Preston's probably right. No, it's not
No,
going to taste
there,
different. But
there can't be any change to the taste, but yet I perceive one.
it kind of feels like it is. Yeah.
All right, so a few more examples. We'll go to some phone calls if you guys have them. How about this one? I love this. One of my relatives deep fries things and then puts them in the air fryer to make them, quote, less oily.
Wait.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Then they go on and say, and then there's my aunt who buys takeaway fried chicken, fries it again at home just before serving it to her guests. She says the outside is too dry and not oily enough.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So she refries fried chicken.
Did everyone have a heart attack?
Is everybody good?
Oh, that is the best. This one says, once we watched my wife's grandma dice an onion by slicing rounds with the peel still on, like you do for burgers. She would peel each slice one by one and then finally chop it all with a steak knife.
Huh.
So that's way off. I watch people dicing onions.
I need help.
And I sip. Oh, Casey, I'll give you the full
Please do.
tutorial. It is so easy.
I
to
do not know how to cut an onion.
Really?
Not properly.
There's a process.
Well, can you give us a quick verbal tutorial?
I would. Okay, so you cut off the base, the bulb end, and then you cut off the top. You turn it sideways, lie it on one of the flat ends. You cut it in half. You take the outside layer off. Then you flip it back over on the flat edge like this.
where it's like round and
No, on the flat side.
On the
Okay,
flat edge
yeah,
where
yeah,
it lies now. And then, Casey, so here's the onion. It's like an arc this way, okay?
Correct.
Then you slice it 3 times this way.
Okay.
And you slice it 3 times this way. And then you go boom, 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 and it's all chopped up.
Are you a fan of chopping devices?
No.
A lot of chefs say no to those, right?
No, you don't need. It takes up room in the kitchen, and all you need is a knife. But what you do need to know are the proper techniques, and all you have to do is learn them once, and you got them.
So at some point, I'd seen a YouTube video that described how to cut a pineapple, Preston, and we had a fresh pineapple in the house. I think I misremembered how to cut that pineapple.
Oh, really?
Because it's that main part in the middle, the stem, the core of it. And I cut that off.
Yeah.
And I cut the outer layer, the prickly part off. And I was cutting what I thought was correct, and yet that part of the core. Do you do
still
core?
solid? Still
Yeah,
hard?
still solid. Or was that just me not cut? Was that me cutting
I
it too
didn't cut
soon?
it all out.
All right.
MMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest is joining us via Zoom. He has his charity golf tournament that's coming up, and it will be on Tuesday, August 19th, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but he's just a great guy to chat with in general. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brian Westbrook to the show. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, bud. You?
You know what? I cannot complain. It's sunny outside. It's still summertime. My kids are not back in school yet. So,
how old are your kids, by the way, Brian? How old are they?
I have 3 children, 12, 8, and 6. So my oldest and my youngest are my girls, and I got my boys sandwiched there in the middle.
All right. And how do they feel about getting back to school? Are they excited, or is it like,
Listen, if they can have summer 12 months a year, they would absolutely. But, so summer's great. The 12-year-old is weird because she's in this point now where it's middle school, very, very social. So she wants to go back to school to see her friends. My 8-year-old and my 6-year-old, they don't want anything to do with school right now. They want to go to camp all year round.
Wow. Oh, man. Well, that's cool. It is my kids, my youngest finally graduated this past year, and I'm kind of going to miss those getting back to school days, Yeah,
I put up a post today. It was really about, on IG, it was about me and my kids. And as the saying goes, the days are long, but the years are short. And I look at pictures over the last couple of years of them growing, and you miss each stage. But man, these days are absolutely long. I can tell you that.
Is your boy going to play football?
He's playing flag football right now. He's playing basketball. We send him to golf camp as well. He loves football. He loves sports. He doesn't really care what sport it is. Lacrosse, football, baseball, basketball. He just loves competing, loves having fun with other kids. And so he will play football, but that's just among a few of the sports that he'll certainly play.
Okay, if you could pick one, which one would you prefer he dive into for the long run, the good money, and the least physical damage? It's got to be golf, right?
Either golf or baseball.
Okay.
Right? You want guaranteed money. You want longevity.
Yeah.
The problem with baseball is that you can get stuck in the minors for a very long time, right?
Yep.
Golf, you got to be one of the best in the world. You got to be so precise. It's a hard sport. Any profession is going to be hard.
Yeah.
But you certainly want guaranteed money if you can, and you don't want the physical injuries.
Yeah.
Hey, Bri, how's your golf game?
This is weird. I'm going to go play golf this afternoon. May and June, I was hot. April, May, June, I was hot. Things were going great. Played Marion, did very, very well in Marion. Mid-June, things took a turn. I got the yips. I couldn't hit the ball straight. I'm hitting my wedges, sideways, all different types of stuff. So my handicap's right about a 14, 15. And so I have my up and down days, but we'll see how today goes. I'm always only as good as my last round.
I play every week. I'm a longtime golfer, and I've had an up and down season so far this year. And like the past couple of weeks, I've played pretty well. And I went, my best friend's coming into town, so we're going to play a lot of golf over the next couple of weeks. I went to the driving range yesterday, and Brian, it's gone. I lost it.
Oh, no.
And now I stand over and I'm like, there you go. I'm back to square one. Don't know what to do. Totally unconfident here. Here we go. This game, man.
The worst place to be on the golf course is standing over top of your ball, about to hit a shot, and not having a clue what this ball is going to do. Yeah. I have no clue where it's going to go. That's the worst place to be.
You know what, Brian, I've learned, though, observing Preston, is that golfers can hide that frustration.
Yeah. Brian, so golfers can get the yips. Baseball, do they have yips in football? I mean, maybe a quarterback and a kicker, but like a running back.
The kickers, maybe the quarterbacks, not so much the running back, because we depend. See, golf is kind of a mental game, and it's slightly physical, but it's certainly a mental game. And you got to go through the physical emotions of the swing and all those different things. It's such a hard sport. Football, especially for guys like myself, you started playing when you were 7 or 8, and you played for a long time, 20, 25 years. It's kind of natural habit. But I picked up golf maybe 6 or 7 years ago. So it almost feels like nothing is natural. I'm always guessing. And then I do this probably what a lot of people do. I go on Instagram and I follow these Instagram accounts. And I'm trying different stuff. My hands are moving. I'm trying this. And it never works. It's the worst thing ever.
I got to believe that it's way different than football in that you're standing over the ball and it's like, okay, weight on front foot, left arm stiff, easy swing. You got like 5 or 6 things that are going through your head before you even swing the club. Yet in football, instinct in the moment, it's got to take over.
instinct and reaction, especially for the running back position. Your reaction, your ability to see something ahead of you and react and try to move their body and then cut behind them. It's one of those things that you pick up over time. And I'm sure golf you pick up over time too. But I mean, you're not reacting. I'm just right now. I'm getting beat up by that little white ball.
It's got away.
The thing that amazes me, and it is the way that obviously in football, anything that where you're dealing with a stadium situation, and I always bring it up because it is something. You're talking about being distracted in golf or being distracted. There are so many things in motion in your line of sight. To develop the skill to be myopic and where you need to look and what you need to look at. I'm watching the game on TV at home. And I'm getting lost. When you're there with a 360 view, is that something that came easily to you, or is that a skill you really have to work on?
Well, it's a skill that you really have to work on, but it's a feel.
Yeah.
You feel body presence. You see things moving, right? And there's an expectation. I expect my guy to block in this direction so I can cut backwards, or I expect him to block inside so I can cut outside. But I'm still reacting off of what I see and what I feel. And so it's kind of like your body is doing your own thing and you're not really thinking it. That's the difference between golf. You're thinking your way through it, especially for me. But football, for me, it's a feel.
Yeah.
You feel it. I'm feeling the presence of everyone else. I'm feeling, okay, this guy is leaning that way, so I can spin off of him and keep going down the field. And so, you develop that skill over time, and that's when your game becomes sharp. Your game becomes sharp when you can feel things and not even think. You just go out there and you perform, and things kind of slow down. As a player, especially when you go in, your first couple of years, things are going so fast. It's the speed of the game, trying to understand the plays, trying to remember what you're supposed to be doing. But as you go on, things start to slow down. And when you're in your prime, when I was in my prime, everyone else was in slow motion and I was going full speed. And that's the big difference between golf for me and football.
Wow.
Speaking of full speed and feels for stuff, I mean, the Eagles played tonight, the first preseason game. Is that full speed? Is that 80 to 90%? Like what are your feelings on preseason games? Because I love spring training baseball. It's there's something romantic about it for me. It's the end of the winter, spring's on the horizon. There's something about preseason football that always makes me like a little nervous, and I'm afraid that guys are going to get injured. What are your thoughts on preseason football, Brian?
Well, yeah, it really depends on where you're at in the depth chart. If you're a starter, if you're A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Lane, those guys that have been around for a long time, preseason, the games aren't really meaningful at all, right? The practices and sharpening your skill, getting in shape for the game, getting your body ready for those 17 weeks of football games, that's what it's all about. Now, I will tell you this. My first couple of years in the league, those preseason games, they were my opportunity to shine. Those were my opportunity to catch a coach's eye and be able to say, okay, at least we know that he can compete with these guys on this level. And so it really just depends on where you're at as far as in your career. But if you're young and you're trying to win a special team spot, if you're young, you're trying to win a backup type of role, these games mean everything to you because now I want to flash. I want to show people my speed. Yeah. I want to show people my explosion. I may not carry the ball 20 times a game in these preseason games, but on those 5 or 6 carries, I want to show the coach something that he can say, okay, you know what? I can use that in the game plan during the regular season. And if he can, then that means I know that I'll be playing during the regular season. And so, but this is the hard part. When you're a veteran, you're trying to go through the motions so you don't get hurt during these preseason games. I don't want to play too many plays. I want to get the emotion, get ready, and kind of ramped up the pregame stuff. Then I want to get out of the game as quickly as possible, eat some sunflower seeds, and stand on the sideline.
When in your rookie year, when you got out and played those preseason games, did you feel pretty good about how you did?
I felt good. I felt awfully nervous. I felt weird because there were times where I just didn't know what the heck I was doing. And I felt good about knowing the plays. But sometimes when you have so much going on, you're in front of the vet stadium for me on my first year, new fans, new system. And then you have some guys in front of you that are learning the same way that you're learning. So I'm learning and they're learning. And sometimes it doesn't always go in the right way. But it was fun. It was exciting as well.
Cool.
Let me ask you, so Brian Westbrook, Foundation Charity Golf Tournament, Union League, Liberty Hill, Tuesday, August 19th. It's a charity. You're a competitive athlete. Is it possible for the level of play you've played at your life, all your life, to suppress that desire to dominate and to win, even for your own charity golf tournament?
It's not. There's no way. I'll tell you this. This is a quick story. So myself, Seth Joyner, Keith Byers, Irvin Fryer, Mike Quick, we were all at a golf outing a couple weeks ago up in the Hershey area. And so we had a little shootout. So you're competitive on that Wednesday. And then that Thursday is the kind of the scramble. And so that Wednesday we're going around, we played, we got eliminated early. So I catch up with Seth and they're like, hey man, come play around. Come just play a couple holes with me. Fine, no problem. Play a couple holes. He's talking trash. Me and him are going back and forth. Then we see Keith Byers and he's talking trash. He wants to bet money. And so the competitive juices come around and we went and played 18 more holes. And Keith still, matter of fact, you talk to Keith still owes me money to this day. The hard part about golf is because I'm not great. Those competitive juices come around and then we go back to standing over top of the ball and wondering where the heck this ball is going to go. For my golf tournament, I'm super happy to have it. I'm excited to be partnered with a great friend, Dennis Zatling, his wife, Linda, and Dennis. They have been great friends to us. They've been super supportive to me and my family, as well as my business, most importantly, to our charity. And his company, Allied Resource Group, usually does a golf outing. But this year they said, listen, we're going to allow you to kind of take over the golf outing, bring your friends, bring your former players, bring the people that are surrounding your foundation that want to support your foundation to our golf outing. And it's going to be a great day. It's over at Liberty Hills, at the Union League at Liberty Hills. A great course. I mean, this is a tough course. And so we're super excited about it.
Brian, are you looking to fill some spots or is it all taken up or do you have room for more golfers?
We have a couple more spots available. Certainly we have the ability to sponsor. All the proceeds are going to my foundation, and just let me tell you about my foundation.
Please.
So about in 2005, this was when I was playing, I bought a horse farm down in Maryland, where I'm from. And I just wanted to relax. I had no clue about horses. I bought a horse farm, thought it was a good business, which I'm here to tell you 20 years later, it's not. I bought the farm and we operated as a boarding facility for 12 years. And right around 2017, I said, you know what? We need to do something different. My wife said, we need to help more people. We want to give back to our environment, our young people, those underserved communities. And so we formed the Brian Westbrook Foundation. And we use our farm as a place of refuge, a place where people can come, get away from everything. We teach STEM there. We teach agricultural data analytics. We teach athletic data analytics. We do financial literacy. We have a young entrepreneurship program. We have a GIS program, and we have an equestrian program that teaches lessons, that there's competing against other lesson programs. So we're trying our best to give back to our community in so many different ways, and we're doing that in Maryland. But this year, starting in April, we transferred almost all of our programs to Philadelphia. So all the programs now are being brought to Philadelphia. All those programs that are designed to help our young people, whether they want to go to college or not, to be successful and have access to opportunity. Those programs are now in Philadelphia. And really, our mission was simple. We want to educate, empower young people to make sure that they have access to opportunity. We want to connect them to jobs through education so that they can be successful in the future.
With the shift to Philadelphia, is the equestrian element still part of that or no?
We are still looking for an equestrian partner in Philadelphia because really the equestrian part works because I have a farm here in Maryland.
Okay.
We're looking for an equestrian partner in Philadelphia because at the end of the day, we just want to open the lens for our kids. Unfortunately, so many of our kids walk around with blinders on their eyes and they can only focus on what's important, what's in front of them and those opportunities. It's our goal with our foundation to take those blinders off so they can see all the different opportunities. You can be so many different things and allow us to push you in that direction, whatever direction you want to go to help you be successful. And truly, we cannot thank enough of our partners, our donors, and the people that have supported us, just like Dennis and Linda Zatlin with ARG.
That's awesome. That's terrific. Yeah.
Nice.
These organizations do so much, and so we commend you for that.
Yeah, and if you can't make the golf outing, people can donate at BrianWestbrookFoundation.com, right, Brian?
Yep, they can always log in, check out our programs. We're going to revamp our website pretty soon here. But yeah, please go to BrianWestbrookFoundation.com and check us out. See all that we're doing. See all the kids that we're affecting. And you never know. It's always this thing where you say, if you affect one kid, you have a chance to affect so many more kids. We had some kids down at the farm now during camp, which will start here in another 20 or 30 minutes. And one kid came on Monday, was completely unsure. I don't want to ride horses. I don't want to go fishing. I don't want to be outside. By Monday afternoon, he's telling me every name of every single horse that we have. Telling me about the nature, telling me. And then at the end of the day, he's leaving. He said, do you mind if I bring my 2 cousins to camp tomorrow? Absolutely. Bring your 2 cousins. Yeah. So we're opening the eyes to our young people to different things that they can do to be successful in the world.
That's great.
Love it. Excellent. All right. Well, you're a good man, Brian. Thanks for joining us this morning. The Brian Westbrook Foundation Charity Golf Tournament is Tuesday, August 19th, Union League, Liberty Hill, and you can go to BrianWestbrookFoundation.com to either sign up for that or to help donate it if you'd like to. But it's great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much and continued success and luck, all right?
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, you got a Brian Westbrook, guys. Right there. Love it. Love that.
Went to the same college as our Pope.
He did. I didn't even think
he's our Pope. Do you think? They probably don't know each other.
No.
But the Pope's a Birds fan. Right? Isn't he? Like, didn't he have an Eagles hat or something like that?
Pope with special teams.
No, he did a Nova hat.
Okay, yeah.
But he's
a Bears fan.
Chicago, yeah. That's where he grew up, but he went to school.
I guess we can forgive that.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, listen, we're going to welcome.
The Lord tells us.
We're going to welcome a couple more people here to the studio now. In fact, it's a whole damn group of people here this morning. Oh, there it is. Junkyard Dog. We are welcoming to the studio members of JDog Junk Removal and Hauling, and I would like to welcome Mr. Jim Andrews, co-owner, to the microphone.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good to see you, Jim.
Good to see you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Jim has helped me out in the past. I've had times where I needed to get rid of lots of stuff at my house. I mean, like big, bulky things that were not necessarily garbage and could maybe put to good use.
Yeah.
And Jim and the gang have helped me out with that. It's what they do at JDog Junk Removal. And we have a contest, a very cool thing that I'm going to bring the details bring you up to speed on the details in just a moment. But real quick, for those who don't know about JDog Junk Removal, Jim, can you just explain a little bit about the organization?
Of course, yes, sir. So we actually got a call being a preferred pro that we needed to come out here because you guys have a couple of storage units.
Yes,
a couple. That the staff is blaming y'all for.
Really?
That you're the bulk of the clutter.
Yeah, well,
wow.
S rolls downhill, as they say. But we've got a couple closets, but there's a lot. As you guys are tearing at it, you know it's.
Well, and we have found some stuff,
Yeah,
I'll definitely bring you up to speed on the stuff we found so far.
Yeah.
But yes, JDog Junk Removal as a whole, you guys give us a call because we are a full-service junk removal company. We do anything from helping out just the normal decluttering. I have some stuff that can still be used by others.
Mm-hmm.
We recycle about 80% of what we haul out of people's homes.
That's sensational.
Yeah, so we work
because
with
a lot of people I don't know. I hope this goes someplace where it can be used, and you guys ensure that.
Yes,
Yeah.
The end of most of our phone calls through our customer service, you get that sense of relief. You can hear it over the phone.
Yeah.
My stress is gone, and one of the biggest things is when we do offer the opportunity that we do recycle as much as possible. So we work with a lot of donation organizations within the area, specifically veteran organizations, as we're veteran owned and operated ourselves. We take anything from a dresser that can be reused to a broken bike. We work with a bike shop in Downingtown. They refurbish the bikes for us.
That's great.
And then we work with a VA hospital to get veterans who don't have transportation to get back and forth throughout wherever the community is that they live so they can get to their jobs.
I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she has a lifelong friend who is a widow, and she's living in a house, and her husband's gone, so she just has a lifetime of junk, and that's accumulated. And she's in that position now where she's stuck. She just doesn't know what to do. And I think sometimes people get paralyzed by that. I'm sure you guys encounter that all the time.
All the time. And that's one of the things that we take the biggest pride in as being a service-based business. And you may have tried to call a service-based business before and it takes a couple of days to call back or whatever it may be. We want to be that one-stop shop, answers all, relieve that stress. And a lot of times, people think of junk removal and it's junk removal. It's the trash guy. It's the junk guy. It's not always that.
Right.
And to your point, it is life-changing situations. You're downsizing. You're moving into your parents into a senior living home. You've lost a loved one. So it's not just a bunch of guys that show up and toss your stuff into the back of a truck.
Not garbage.
From your first phone call to the very end, you're going to get somebody who understands where you're at, consult you on what we can help you with, what others in the community can help you with, and get you to your end goal.
And these guys might be able to help you out in a moment. I'll tell you what the contest is all about. But first, I want to mention that Jim is a Navy veteran. We have Mike Mahoney with the Marines. We have Brandon Dean, a Marine as well. Charles Saunders, a Navy veteran. And then we have Colin Lubar, John Walton, and Drew Diskin, who are all from military families, who are all here this morning. And they're here because we legitimately have a bunch of junk that needs to be moved.
We've hired them.
There were, I think, 3 storage units in the basement of our building, and we have to get all that stuff out of there, and we're going to move it to another location. And I'll tell you how these guys will be able to help you out in a little bit. Now, Jim has a few things that they've found. What did you bring? I haven't seen any of this. What do you have?
This is seasons 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. So if you want 3, I guess you're going to have to get that on your own. But I've lost. We got DVDs, Blu-ray disc, so it is up to date.
Okay,
there.
From the quote-unquote prize closet.
They're all wrapped up and brand new.
So we got some T-shirts here. I don't know if these bring back memories.
Oh, my God. What is that? Rock Around the Clock, 1954 to 1960. It's the happy 26th birthday to WMMR.
Jeez.
No, and it looks like that's like a child-size shirt as well.
Who are the people that...
I don't know. Here, thanks, Jim.
Is that Elvis?
Elvis worked here?
No.
Oh, it's Bill Haley, Elvis, and I'm assuming this is Little Richard over here as well.
Right.
So it's, rock and roll royalty.
All right, yes.
So that's pretty cool. All right, what else did we find in our junk?
Tom Petty Heartbreakers T-shirt.
Oh!
July 8th.
Let me check that out.
Oh, that was an MMR Presents show. I think 1981.
Whoa.
Preston?
1981.
Yeah. And
oh, wow.
My wife actually has that T-shirt, a vintage shirt with MMR's logo on it.
Damn the Torpedoes, the Spectrum. Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
That is very cool.
By the way, Preston, Marissa just told me that shirt with the Bill Haley and that's going for like $75 on eBay right now.
Kidding.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll put this in the spot back here.
Yeah. I think Marissa wants it.
Okay.
Yeah, vintage stuff. It's hot.
Yeah.
I see we have a 50-gallon drum of DeBella mustache wax.
What shirt is that?
Yeah.
Here we got a mystery trip from 2008.
Oh, that was us.
What?
We had shirts made for that?
Mystery trip
How come we didn't get shirts?
I don't remember that shirt at all.
Look at this, Steve. Look at that.
Look at that.
Awesome.
CheapCaribbean.com. I don't think they exist anymore, do they?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't think so. But
We've been dead for years. We just don't know it.
Mystery Trip 2008. Where did we go in 2008?
Was that Tulum?
Or was that Jamaica? No, it's hang on. There's a picture of. It's got to be Jamaica because there's a picture of
An island.
an island.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. All right. What else we got, Jim?
Gadzooks bumper stickers and Preston and Steve putty.
Yes.
Aaron's Thinking Putty.
Crazy Aaron.
We love that. We love that guy. Remember when we did
Does the thinking putty work?
I
could use it.
It's really cool.
Wow.
There's all different. It's probably a little hard right now.
No, it's actually very malleable.
Do you remember, Preston? We had like a 50-pound ball of it because we figured like silly putty it would bounce.
It would crack.
Dropped it from a cherry picker.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason we shot hot sauce up Joe's butt.
Was it a putty? It ended up on Kathy's $200 jeans. And ruined them. That's right. All right, so these are highlights from our
Well, we got one last but not least.
we have a WMMR no security jacket. What the hell does no security mean?
The Stones. The Stones had a tour called the No Security Tour. So I guess I didn't know about this promotional jacket, but we had a jacket with MMR's logo on the back of it in conjunction with the Stones tour. So that was
cool
probably
stuff.
like 94, something along those lines.
Pretty amazing.
All right. Well, here's what we have going on, and here's what we are doing with JDog in conjunction with our junk being moved. So we want to see your junk. We want you to show us your junk. That's what we're doing here on WMMR. So we want to see, we're talking about overstuffed garages or the basement that's busting to the seams. This could win you a $500 junk removal prize from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling. So to enter the contest, it's easy. Send us a picture of your junk. That's all you got to do.
We want to see your junk.
Not your penis, but actually.
If it is a mess, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that, too. I mean, we're not going to.
If it's surrounded by a bureau and a cupboard you're looking to get rid of.
Not going to discard any D pics. So upload your photo of your junk to the contest page at WMMR.com, and you can get entered to win this. And if you are in need of help from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling, you can call 844-GET-JDog, and you can get a free estimate, by the way. And trust me, I've had them by the house 3 or 4 times to get rid of like things like beds, like larger stuff that we needed to get out of the house, and I didn't know what the hell to do with, and they handled it all.
You remember the time you tried to do it yourself, and remember you're the priest standing over you delivering last rites.
Oh, man.
I mean, so, and you can have this sense of peace. And Preston, it is cathartic to get that out of your house.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, some other things they found apparently down in the storage unit were the old MMR logoed 30-foot inflatable pig.
The pig
is down there.
Yeah.
And apparently Pierre's car keys were found down there. Is that legit? I don't know.
It's not shocking.
Eric is nodding yes. So you never know what you might stumble across.
Very much likely.
But call the gang at JDog. They're a great group. They do amazing work and are good people. So 844-GET-JDog for the free estimate. But we want to see your junk. We want to see pictures of your junk. Go to the contest page at WMMR.com, and we're going to get a winner, and they will get a $500 junk removal prize from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling.
Your junk doesn't have to be groomed. You don't have to do any.
No, it can be completely, wild.
Messed
however
up
you
and
want.
Wild, free, whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jim. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Guys,
sir.
thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate it.
Appreciate
JDog
you.
Junk Removal. Show us your junk. All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back in a moment. We are, one of the things we've been waiting for today, the update on the mystery photo found in Steve's wall of his home while having renovations done. We're hopefully going to find out who those people are. I don't know if we will or not, but we have researchers that have been tackling the problem. And we'll get them in here next, and we have a few other guests as well. Stay put. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
The quarters, and then just slice there'll be like a wedge, and that sharp part of the wedge is the core, and then you just cut it off that way.
I effed it up.
Then you're good to go.
Steve, I hate to bring it back to this, but
no.
A listener texted this in, so thank you, random listener. Apparently, in the movie Cobra, starring Sylvester Stallone,
We're watching the video.
he uses scissors to cut pizza.
He's eating cold pizza.
Hey, pizza.
And he cuts it with scissors.
You're the pizza, I'm the scissors.
That's where that whole thing with that cult. They were scissor. They were pizza.
They cut their pizza with scissors.
No, they cut theirs with axes. If you remember,
clang, clang.
But Casey, I'll. You know what? I could bring in an onion. Maybe you know what? Maybe we'll do a demo day for the connoisseur sometime.
Thank you for calling Cobra's Pizza.
We'll show you a couple things. He's got a pizza shop now.
Slices.
would that be like a version of show and tell?
All of the drivers wear mirror shades and have a matchstick in their mouth.
Yeah. You hungry or what?
Yeah.
And actually, the pizza is put in a barber's chair, Preston, and then he walks around.
All right, here's some other things that people do, interesting ways they cook things at their home, questionable ways. Here's another entry that says, my mom said that cooking the turkey on Thanksgiving Day was too much work when you're hosting, too. So she would cook the bird weeks in advance, carve it, and then freeze it.
You might as well, no.
May as well just go to the deli and buy turkey that way. It's not part of the, Thanksgiving experience that way.
I'm getting the borderline criminal aspect of this whole thing.
But also,
that's just, the whole purpose is to have that fresh turkey.
Listen, I cooked a turkey for the first time in my life. Like, I did it on
this Thanksgiving just passed, right?
And I did a great job. Dude, it's not that much work.
No.
You prepare the beginning, right? You do that in the morning, you stick it in the oven, and then you got the rest of the day to do everything else. Like, it's really not that difficult.
Agreed. I like this one a lot. It says, my family calls every small grain-like food in large quantities rice.
Wait, what?
Quinoa, that's rice. Couscous, that's rice too.
Couscous.
So
I love couscous.
They just call it rice.
By the way, couscous is like 1,000% superior than quinoa.
I'm a quinoa fan.
I'm not saying I don't
totally
like
different.
quinoa.
It's completely different.
It's better. I mean, if you're going
it's like pudding is the best version of steak.
But that's like saying you like pasta better than rice.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's more like saying you like risotto better than rice.
And milk duds.
No, so, couscous is a pasta, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Quinoa is a grain, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
So they're two different things. So,
Okay.
so rice and risotto are both grains.
Your quinoa's in my couscous.
Your couscous is in my quinoa. I kind of liken them to be almost the same thing, even though they're not.
Right.
I guess.
Okay, so you're like these guys.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another one that says, my mother-in-law proudly makes this one very specific chunky salsa, and it has raw diced carrots in it. I have no idea where she got that recipe from, but it's bland, it's watery, and way too crunchy.
I had carrots in a salsa one time, and
Were they raw?
Yeah, chopped.
Okay.
Raw carrots, and when I saw it, I was like, "No, this is going to be terrible." It wasn't bad, and I don't know why it was done. Like maybe for nutrition reasons or whatever. I was not completely turned off by it.
Do you know what? I pretty much hate carrots. I don't hate, but I find them bland. And the only thing, but however, I love carrot cake.
Yeah, well, that's not really carrots.
Now, are you talking about
there are carrots diced up in it?
Just are you talking about like raw carrots,
Yeah,
or do you like
carrots.
them
No, baby carrot. I'm not a big
roasted?
fan. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we need to roast some for you in some good olive oil.
I love carrots.
I
yeah.
do too.
Any
I could
form.
eat them with every meal.
Mhm.
Yep. So let's go to some phone calls. I want to go to Frank. We're talking about questionable way things people prepare things in their kitchen at home. Hi, Frank. Good morning.
Good morning, it bitches.
Good morning. What's up, buddy?
All right, this infuriates me, and I'm about to ruin everybody's morning. My fiance's aunt, she prepares soup separately, as in if she made chicken noodle soup, there's chicken in one pot, broth in one pot, noodles in one pot, and then vegetables in another pot. That's not how you make soup. That's not how you make soup.
So she makes them all
She says
separately?
the reason for it is so that you get individual flavors of everything. No.
Frank, I feel your passion. Absolutely, because the big thing about soup is all those ingredients together blend, and they spend time together.
Yeah.
The longer you let soup sit like that, the better it tastes.
That's insane.
That's crazy, Frank. Have you ever confronted her on this?
Yes, and then she's big and mean and Italian. I don't know.
Frank, that's insane. Does she do like when she makes a cake? Does she prepare the separate ingredients separately?
Right, it's like taco night, but with soup. So you just walk up and then you just put everything into your bowl. And that's kind of funny. Yum, yum. I'm really happy to be married into this family. I can't take it.
All right, Frank, good luck to you, sir. Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. Oh, my God.
That's crazy, man.
That's too funny. So here's another one that says, once we watched my wife's grandma dice an onion by... Oh, wait, I already said that one. Never mind. There was another onion one coming up a little bit later on. This one says, I... brought my mom and a niece to a nice restaurant in Boston and interpreted the menu for them. It was in Spanish, and I could make out most of it, and we played it safe considering their plates, but also ordered a few things for them to try. Adventure in food and culture is important for my kids. My mom screamed, "Ooh, gross," like a child in the middle of the crowded dining room, all because I said that there were anchovies in the Caesar salad as they brought it out to the table.
Isn't that a standard part of Caesar salad?
Yeah,
anchovies.
The dressing is made
right.
with anchovies, but she probably didn't know that. She got a little freaked out by that whole thing.
Ooh, there's carrots in this carrot cake.
Right. All right, let me go to Adam. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Morning, guys.
What's up, Adam?
My fiance's mother will put whole chicken breast into the oven with like an inch worth of olive oil and no seasoning and just let it cook in there for like an hour.
Wow.
My fiance suggested that I learn this recipe.
What's to learn?
Wait, let me take notes.
Yeah. So, Preston, would there be any reason to prepare chicken that way?
If you maybe were going to add it to something else, but they just eat it like that, Adam?
It's the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. They pull it out of the oven, they cut it up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks great." I'm looking at them like, did she forget to put like salt, pepper, like any kind of seasoning on this thing? I came home from work one night, and it was just sitting there on the counter. I'm like, yes.
Are they treating it like Preston, like focaccia bread, where you're dipping it in?
Everybody just takes a piece and then they dip
it in the olive oil.
Oh man, that's super duper bland. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. Yeah, you would do that if you're going to add it to something else, maybe. But even then, you at least want to give it a little bit of salt and pepper, you know? Something in there. Let's see here. This one says, my mother-in-law. These
it's
are
all mother-in-laws.
Questionable ways that they prepare things in their kitchen. My mother-in-law cuts every single vegetable up with a paring knife. Now, a paring knife is really small.
Yes.
She said it's horrible watching her struggle to cut large items like potatoes and onions. But she just sits there and insists that a small knife makes it go faster.
Yes.
But then again, he says she also boils chicken in water in the microwave and eats it too. Boy, that's about as bland as you can get too.
So smaller tools will make the job go quicker. So like a really tiny lawnmower.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Try that.
Yeah.
It'll speed things up.
I'm gonna
quite
cut
a
my
bit.
time in half.
No. You need a nice big knife.
No, I'm gonna dig out this pool with a spoon
for some things. And by the way, always sharpen your knives. I think the rule is a dull knife cuts people. A sharp knife doesn't, because a dull knife won't. You can move.
Jump. Yeah.
It'll skip around and not cut cleanly, and you can cut yourself.
What are your kitchen knives of choice? Are you using the Guy Fieri?
Yeah. We have the Guy Fieri.
They're pretty amazing.
Yeah, we got what's called the Battle Station from Guy, and we've had it for, I don't know, 8 or 9 years or something like that. Yeah, they're really good knives.
We just got those colored ceramic knives.
How are they?
I love them.
Because I see them advertised on QVC occasionally, and the guy who appears to be a chef seems to really love them.
Yep.
Very sharp?
Yeah.
Okay. One last quick question. Do you have to sharpen those ever? I don't think so, right?
No, you're asking this guy over here.
I don't. I've never dabbled in ceramic knives, so
right?
I'm not really sure if they need to be sharpened or not. Here's another one. Says, my stepfather's an absolute toddler about food. A literal 60-year-old man who still throws tantrums when my mom doesn't make him what he wants for dinner. One of his normal practices is to eat slices of white American cheese straight from the packages. Sometimes he just takes slices out of the package and stuffs them in his mouth. And I think these are the individually wrapped ones.
Yes.
Because he goes on to say he spent all of last summer insisting that every pack of cheese that my mom got was bad, but they were all totally fine. Our conclusion, we think that for the first time in his life, he actually smelled the cheese before inhaling it. So if it wasn't wrapped tightly in that package, because those, like the Kraft ones, like they barely have any scent to them at all. And you get a real cheese, it's going to have a really strong scent to it. All right, Tony has a crazy way of making soup. We're going to go to Tony. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up?
All right. So someone else was talking about making soup separately.
Yes.
I have a texture thing. So I like the taste of the soup greens, like celery and onions and things like that, but I can't stand the texture. So I boil them in the broth, and then I strain them out, and then I kind of pulverize them into their own soup, and then I add it back into the broth, and then I boil the noodles, and then I add the chicken.
Okay. So you don't like texture of vegetables, so you just kind of puree them and make them into a liquid.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You're still going to get the flavor. That's interesting.
That's probably a Bill Weston way, right?
Yeah. So you know what? In fact, here's this same one. It says, my dad hates the texture and taste of most vegetables. He passed this down to my brother and me. So my mom always made us this awesome salsa that was completely pureed.
Yeah.
I was very confused by chunky salsa when I was old enough to notice it at other people's homes. I didn't know people didn't like the texture. Well, I guess, Rochelle.
Texture's a big thing.
The reason she doesn't like mushrooms is the texture of them.
Me too.
She can handle the flavor. She can get mushroom flavored stuff, but if she gets the pieces,
it's like
I've been on that roller coaster with avocados. So I like avocados. I initially liked, and then I did not like them. I did not the texture, and now I kind of like the taste. So I can handle. I think I'm coming back as the pendulum swings. But man, there was a period like I couldn't stand the feel of it in my mouth.
What about, Kathy, mushrooms, no dice for you?
No, I can't do mushrooms. But I'm okay with the avocado. Like, I don't.
I know.
That's kind of slimy too. It's a little different.
It's a little different. Yeah, the
It's
mushroom
offensive.
is so. Yeah, I don't know.
Avocado's
so
almost
slimy.
creamy in nature.
Yes, and I'm okay with. I'm okay with creamy.
I'm okay with
stuff.
Say it clearly and into the
I'm
microphone.
okay with creaming.
What about mushroom flavor in general? You don't like it either, or?
I don't know that I would hate it. I don't. What would be mushroom flavored?
Do you like sauteed mushrooms on like a hamburger?
Oh yeah, I do.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. So like a cream of mushroom soup. You know, I mean, there are little
but there
pieces.
are chunks in there. Yeah, no, I can't.
But they're
do
very,
it.
very.
What about split pea soup? Something like that.
Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that.
Casey's not good on.
My wife despises it, and I love it.
Yeah, the only one I've ever had is like a canned split pea soup. If I had it homemade,
you got to have free range.
Speaking of canned, hang on a second. Here was a one that said, my mother has entire cookbooks dedicated to cooking in the microwave, and she thinks that there are only two ways to cook vegetables. One, place frozen vegetables onto a dish, add water and margarine, microwave until mush. 2, dump canned vegetables and liquid from a can into a pot, add margarine, heat, and microwave until slightly warm. I only realized that I actually liked vegetables for the first time I tasted fresh green beans that had been lightly sauteed with olive oil, garlic, and salt. So some people, if you grow up on the canned or frozen stuff, you don't know the majesty, the wonderfulness.
That would have held true with a couple of like pineapples. Again, I only had canned pineapples when I had fresh. Like, well, a whole new world.
Right. But Casey, we'll have to get you some split pea soup. I hated peas when I was a kid. Couldn't stand them. They were disgusting to me. I love them now.
It's the way it goes.
We were talking over the weekend about Brussels sprouts and how they're a revelation these days. But when I was growing up, Brussels sprouts were prepared boiled. And so that was like...
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So a few weeks ago, some renovation work began at Steve Morrison's house.
Yeah, Mr. Contractor is doing a kitchen remodel on our kitchen and our mudroom, and they're phenomenal, by the way. They removed in our kitchen, it's an 1880 Victorian farm. I've mentioned that before, and they removed this cupboard in the kitchen. And between the cupboard and the wall, one of the workers says this was behind that cupboard. And on air, I produced this Polaroid, a couple of train schedules, and a couple of other things. And I'm like, people find this stuff all the time. And the notion was raised, I wonder if these people are still around or what the story is.
We were taking a good look at the photo and just trying to, create a story of who these two people are. It's a man and a woman. They appear to be maybe in their, mid-20s or something like that, or early 20s. They're dressed in what appears to be 1970s fashion, a late 70s fashion, I think. But it's hard to pinpoint. It might be early 80s, too. I'm not really sure. But they... some of us think they may be brother-sister. We can see a resemblance in the face, and we were just intrigued. You find this. Somebody put this here for a reason. Who are these people? Did they live here? What's the story?
It didn't have the appearance of being, this is going to be our little time capsule.
No.
It had the appearance in, let me just put this here. And so, but these are little moments in time, especially with the train schedules that had, Joel Grey, on Broadway in the George M. Cohen story. This is stuff from decades ago.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
So we put the word out, and we could try to see if anybody listening might be, intuitive enough to dig around and maybe figure out who these people are, what this story is.
I want to know if I'm due some sort of inheritance.
Steve wants to know that.
If I'm in some way, simply by moving into the house, related to Howard Hughes.
So we threw this little mystery out into the world, and we got back a response, and we would like to welcome to our studio. Actually, there's several people here, and I'll roll out everybody one at a time. Mr. Tom McParland is joining us. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hi, doing well. Great to be here.
Nice to see you. So when you heard this segment on the air, did you quickly dive into investigative reporter mode?
I did.
And where did you start? I mean, how do you begin? We just have a photo.
Yeah, I did not know these people at all.
You're a resident of Mount Airy. Have you ever met? Have we ever met by my house?
We've not met, but we live on the same block.
Oh, we do? Okay.
And shortly after I moved to the neighborhood, almost 3 years ago now, I remember my dad telling me that at your house, he knew a plumber that he thought used to live there. He actually taught him in trade school back in the mid 70s by the name of Chuck McClintock.
Okay.
So I kind of started with the assumption that maybe it was the McClintocks in the photo.
Did you by the way, do you have a kind of a knack for this stuff, research? Is this kind of something you enjoy?
So I work in public relations right now for an agency called Maven Communications. But before that, I was a journalist. I was a reporter.
There you go. There you go.
Investigative background.
And have you lived in Mount Airy your whole life?
No, I grew up in Ambler, but my mom and her family grew up on Mansfield Ave, and my grandmother grew up West Mount Airy on Bryan Street.
Yeah.
Got married at the Catholic Church right down the street.
Yeah.
All right, so then this name first popped into your head of maybe who these people might be, and where did that lead you?
So kind of using obituaries and Facebook, I was able to track down the daughter of Chuck McClintock, Nancy, who's here today. Got in touch with her on Facebook and started messaging. It turned out that she lived not in that house, but a few houses down.
Okay.
But she was able to give me the name of the boy in the photo, whose name was Aaron.
All right, hang on, Nancy, come on over here to the microphone. So, hi, Nancy, nice to meet
Hello, you also.
So you knew this family, or you knew of them?
No, I knew the family.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so you knew who the guy is in the photo?
Yes, as soon as I saw it, I knew who it was.
That's pretty wild. And because this is this is a Polaroid, not known for their ability to stand the test of time.
Yeah.
And so what time frame do you believe, Nancy, this would have been about?
I believe that's in the 70s, and I think they're a lot younger than you think they are.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So when we finished up that segment, I estimated we were putting them in the mid 20s, and then had them in their 70s now. So how old do you believe they were in the shot?
I believe they're teenagers, maybe about 15.
Wow. Okay. They're dressed very dapper for 15-year-olds, so that's kind of surprising. All right, so you relate to Tom, who you thought this was, and then what was the next step after that? Tom, did you dive further into tracking them down?
I did. So Nancy confirmed that they are brother and sister.
Oh,
we got it. Yeah, we got
it. Yes, I thought so. What is her name, by the way?
Well, maybe we can.
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll get to that in a moment. Yay. Surprises. I love it. Okay.
Because for a while we didn't.
I'm already counting my cash.
I couldn't remember her name at first.
Okay.
We didn't know her name. None of the neighbors kind of was able to remember the sister's name, but it was cool. You know, I continued to do some digging. Nancy activated this whole network of former neighbors.
By the way, the Mount Airy itself is just, and as with so many areas around Philadelphia, generational home ownership. It's what I love about it. That, you know, different stories and people kind of keep an eye on each other, and there's this cool sort of thing that draws a lot of people to it. So, did that fact help facilitate your search?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Nancy's still in touch with former neighbors, and friends so many decades later. Absolutely.
Very cool. So
okay,
next
you were saying?
So we still didn't know we didn't know the sister's name. We did look in. I looked into the next step was I looked into the father because I had a name for him. Turns out he was a pretty interesting guy. He was a professor of anthropology at Temple University.
Yeah, cool.
He was also an archaeologist, a music critic, and a journalist who once interviewed Frank Zappa.
Oh, that's really cool.
But he didn't live in my house proper.
He did.
He did.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, he owned the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I was able to find from house public records that he sold the house in 1988, but he moved there with Aaron in 1971.
It's funny because my bathroom is on the second floor, and sometimes when I'm shaving, I feel a Zappa-esque presence. So,
oh, you too?
Yeah. So that's wild. And so the family would have owned the house around during the 70s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we know how long they owned the house?
So I from what I can tell, 1971 to 1988 when they sold it.
All right.
Okay.
And then proceeding from there?
Yeah, so all the while, I mean, we're still trying to figure out the sister's name. Nancy's doing her own digging, talking to former neighbors. She turned into a huge ally in the search.
Nancy, were people wondering why out of the blue you were bringing this information to them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, what did you explain what this was for, or did you pretend you were with the FBI?
No, I explained what it was for, and I kept forwarding the picture to everybody I would talk to. We also knew the previous owners before the Rubies. I have a letter from them for you.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Okay, and then what happened next? Who's next in this group effort?
Well, so eventually I was able to finally track down the name of the sister in the photo by using AI. Because I was searching the internet, I couldn't find anything. Like these people, they didn't have really any digital footprint at all.
But by the way, they're just people who are going and conducting. It's not like they were wanted by Interpol. It's like they're just so if you're living a general life, you're not leaving too much in the way of. I mean, obviously we know about Ancestry and 23. I mean, all these ways of doing these things, but still, in general, it's still a pretty tough task to find somebody this way. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a journey. And I think eventually I had enough, and I asked AI.
Yes.
I tried to find. I just asked, here's the father. Can you find me any mentions of his kids on the internet?
Yeah.
And I was able to pull for 2 old stories from the archives of local newspapers, including one interview he gave where he mentioned his 2 kids by name, which Aaron and Preston. You were right when you guessed on air. Mm-hmm. Maria.
Oh my God!
Dude! So we made up names for these people.
Yes, and you guessed Maria.
And I guessed Maria.
Dude.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I have power.
You have the power.
Some kind of power.
You have the power.
Wow.
If I find a spaceship buried in my basement and you're from Krypton.
So this is Aaron and Maria that are in the picture. Wow. Okay.
What did you say? Like she looks like a Maria or something along?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I think that's exactly what you said. And we all kind of agreed she looks like a Maria. And again, do you believe we are sitting in the 15, 16 age range in this picture?
I do.
I'm sorry. You're in the back. You're gentlemen, what's your name again?
We have Fran.
Fran, I'm sorry.
My name's Fran.
Fran, and you're saying about 15, 16?
Yeah, because I actually, my house was next to your house.
Okay.
And I also found out that Tom lives in a house next to the house I was born in.
Wow.
So I was born in a row house, and then in 1968, we moved to a twin. So we went from a row to a twin. And when you're saying, hey, you stay in the neighborhood, you just stay on the block.
Right, you stay on the block. We have it's a great block. I mean, the whole area around is great, but I mean, we have wonderful neighbors, directly around us. And so you're still there or you're not there anymore?
No. We moved out in, I guess it was 73.
Okay.
So Aaron had just moved in. So I only knew him for like 2 years. And we were all sports minded. He was a little bit more academic. So,
okay. All right, so we also have not only Fran here, but we have Barbara who is joining us in the studio too. Now, how are you involved in this, Barbara?
Well, my house was right across the way from the Quinns, or the Rubies.
Okay.
So my children, we had a twin, and our children had to cross the driveway to walk around the house to get into the Quinns' yard. I mean, you have a fabulous yard. So we would look out at your yard, dreaming of having a yard.
So your house was in the back, the houses that are...
Anderson, I'm right on the corner.
Oh, you're right there.
I was.
Oh, you were? Wow.
I was there for 25 years.
So I love...
When I bought that house, they were asking $19,990.
That's exactly what we paid.
They took us. They chose us because we were the right color, because it was white flight, and we paid $15,750.
Wow.
So you know how much, you paid for it. And I know that when we moved out in 1988, I moved to Austin. I went to massage school in Austin. And so that house was, I think we sold it for $135,000.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So that was 1990 when we moved.
Okay.
So and the children, I mean, I saw them, but my children were younger, so they were playing jump rope and they weren't really hanging out with Aaron Ruby. He was kind of like, I'm cool.
He was a school guy. Yeah. All right.
I'm cool. That's how he was.
Okay. All right. So we've learned a little bit about these people, Aaron and Maria. Have we been able to find out any information about them now, currently?
Maria lives out west, but that's kind of all we can.
That's where it just falls apart. We don't know exactly where or how to track her down.
Still alive.
I did get in touch with her.
You did?
Yeah. So she lives out west. She unfortunately she didn't have any information about like when, like how the box ended up behind the cupboard.
Okay.
Or she didn't remember when the photo was taken.
When the photo was
so
taken.
I don't have much context for the actual picture itself.
Did you ask how old she is right now?
I didn't. I think she's late 60s, early 70s.
Early 70s. Okay. Wow.
And do we know where Aaron is? Aaron Ruby?
We don't. That's still a bit of a.
And Maria didn't know?
I got the sense that she maybe didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
When the crazy guy called about a radio show. And
yeah.
And this whole thing, she didn't want to expose too much information to this guy.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. But was she a little elusive when you were talking to her, or was she pretty forthcoming with your questions?
She didn't give me a whole lot of information. We touched base via email.
Yeah.
But kind of the conversation didn't go on much longer. After that.
You might listen. You'd be suspect of getting an email.
Of course
says
you
this thing
would.
happened. You don't think it's legit, but maybe we can follow up and see if she wants to tell us a little bit more. I don't know.
So Fran, and you, when did you move away, you said?
We moved in 74.
Okay. And so from what I understand, going back through the history of our house, is that at one point it was multiple families living in the house because the way the house is laid out, like the third floor was clearly, what we understand, used to be 2 apartments. And the original deed, for example, accommodated you could run a tannery and you couldn't be a blacksmith on the property going back to it. And it's our understanding that has the house, do you remember, was it always because the people who lived there before us were both named Steve, and her middle name was Claire. I think it was Marie. Would you have the information on that? I think it was Marie Claire and went by Claire. So Steve and Claire moved in after Steve and Claire. But was the house... We saw it in pretty decent shape. Was it always in pretty good shape?
Oh yeah, no, they I think everybody took pride in their house.
Yeah,
it was but I don't remember it as like multifamily, but I mean, growing up, it was a 3-story, 4-bedroom, 1 bath, and we were kind of multifamily because my grandmother and my uncle lived with us, as well as my 3 siblings and my mom and dad.
Wow.
So it was a little bit of a line in the morning in the bathroom.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Didn't the nun live there too?
Well, both of my aunts were no. The nun had to live in the convent.
A nun.
Well, I hope she was living in.
Well, she was renting.
Going to your house all the time.
Well, yeah, my mom didn't.
What were you doing with that nun,
That's
Fran? What the hell did you do with that nun?
Hey, I was the youngest.
Okay.
So, I mean, there
Am I going to find a dead nun behind my wall? That's wild. So it's very cool. Anything else you found that was of any interest? I guess I'm not getting any Howard Hughes money.
No.
Yeah.
Not as far as I can tell.
But the neighborhood is so cool, as are so many areas around Philadelphia. But it was wild that she was there, and obviously you can understand her being reticent not to talk about and reveal too much information. But it's kind of cool to know that she's around because, I mean, this is a moment in time, this Polaroid, and and the whole idea was, I wonder if we could find out what this was. The fact that you got the name right, Preston, is...
Yeah. It just came to me. It came to me in a vision. So, Tom, to summarize, but this is what you found out. You found out names. We have Aaron Ruby and Maria. Don't know what her last name is. I don't know if it's Ruby or not, but she lives out west. We don't know what happened to Aaron, but we're not really sure why the photo and that stash ended up in the wall. Just an interesting little, I don't know. Somebody must have chucked it back there for whatever reason.
It's just one of those convenient places, I guess, as you're going in and out of the house because the back door is where most people come in and out of that house, I find. And they just would slide it in, I guess, on the way in or on the way out. But they were so well preserved because of where they were, that's what really kind of amazed us.
I do suspect that maybe the father left it there, just given his background as an anthropologist, and an archaeologist. Maybe he preserved it for history.
That might make sense. Is there something else you guys are signaling to something? Are we bringing in something? All right, what is this?
It's Frank Zappa.
This is a... here, I'll hand these out.
All right. So,
give Steve one.
A little background on that.
It's a photo, by the way, that I'm holding. So it's a copy of a photo. Little background, Fran?
Little background is Barbara, who's next to me here. She's in the middle there. At the top.
I'm the adult. With
She's the adult.
Oh, you're up here holding the child.
Wow.
Okay.
And we are in the midst of preparing for a show that she actually helped produce with all the kids in the neighborhood. Kind of like a little talent show. So
Nancy here did some Irish dancing.
Nancy, who's in the studio with us over
right
here.
now, Nancy.
Yeah, come on. This was taken in the neighborhood?
That was taken right in the alleyway. So
behind my house.
That's my drive.
So if you were to look out your back window and look down on that driveway, that's where we were all posed right there.
The gentleman who lives in this house now is named Mike. And
Mike would love that.
Yeah, and I'll have to show this.
That's really cool.
When that wall that is in that alleyway started to crumble, and we had a gentleman, Mark, who we work with, who does a lot of our work around the house stone-wise. He was able, the wall was falling down. He was able to find the original stone and replace it. But even though we don't see the wall, we wanted to make sure that the people who were looking at it had the authentic wall, because it's so cool, and it's part of the history of the neighborhood, you know?
The house is so well built.
Yes.
Just amazing. The corner houses always were the best houses.
Yeah.
The middle houses got a little bit of everything, but the corner houses.
With the display ones. Yeah.
And Nancy, who was the letter that you have from for Steve?
It was an email that the Quinns, who lived there before the Rubies,
lived in my house.
Yeah, and Chris Quinn actually lives a couple doors down from me now in Flowertown.
Okay.
So I had invited him. He was golfing today, and we tried to get his sister. She couldn't make it, but they wanted to get in touch with you.
Okay. All right. And that's what the letter's about?
Very
Yes.
cool.
All right.
And the other thing I wanted to mention, at one point in time in the 70s, we counted the houses that backed up to that alley. There were 70 kids.
70.
Just in that block that all played in the alley. And
Yeah, you'll see that it actually is still kind of going on. We have our neighbors, on both sides have kids. Stephen Algenia is facing the main street, and then we have our neighbors on the other side have kids. And they're playing. It's continuing. These neighborhoods cycle through. The kids get older, and then people come back and have kids. And I think we're on the cusp of that, because Halloween is rocking at my house. So
it always was.
Yeah,
Nice.
very cool.
Well, thank you guys for getting to the bottom of this. I mean, at least we wanted to find out who these people were.
Yes.
And mission accomplished. Tom and everybody pulled their resources together, and they tracked them down and find out who they were. I wish there was a little more of a story to it, but there's nothing that you can do about that. This is just what it is. It's just a photo that was left for whatever reason.
It's cool.
And we know who they are. I love it. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you, Tom. Appreciate you diving in. And Nancy and Fran and Barbara, you guys all, you made us very happy. So we appreciate that.
So I think from here, it's over to Clubbers K, right?
Yeah, let's go. Let's party. All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. A little bit of sleuth work to figure out the mystery of Steve Morrison's time capsule hidden in the walls of his home for a long time.
Well, talking to Fran, I assume at some point I'm going to come across a dead nun.
Maybe. And you know what? I'm curious as to if this was a fresh photo that was thrown back there, or if it was one that sat around for a while, and then they put it in there. And just how long it's been, because like you said, Steve, that's a Polaroid that has not faded. I mean, clearly it was in the dark the whole time, so that probably helps.
It probably did help, yeah.
But that's really cool.
Or it was just taken recently.
Aaron and Maria.
Yeah.
And I really would like to, I wish, and I can understand the hesitance of divulging information to a complete stranger that gets in touch with you about this story. But I would like to know a little bit more.
And it's just something I think we're naturally drawn to, the history of where we are. And we are obviously, being in Philadelphia and the surrounding areas, we have history out the wazoo. So,
Yep. Exactly. All right. What is the status of our next guest? Ready to go? All right. Our next guest is joining us via Zoom, and will be at Soul Joel's on Thursday, August 21st. And so we would like to welcome to our program this morning, Rachel Feinstein.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime, Rach. How you doing?
I'm okay. I just had to I'm just covering the debris in my room because look, this is who I really am, but I'm not covering.
I see. Nice. And that's, creative piling as you move it all to the corner, and we don't have to see it via Zoom this morning. Are you by nature a cluttery person?
Oh, I'm a deep pig. That's what my tour is going to be called, actually. A Pig's Revenge.
How does that happen, though? Because I'm a fan, and I also know that you always talk about being severely ADD. Like you've got these. To me, that would seem like you want. Besides this, like I find myself a little upset. I have a little bit of it myself. I know, and I find myself being compulsive about. It may not be clean, but it's in its place, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
My husband has OCD.
Okay. And so you both make a perfect pair then.
Yes. Yeah, we do.
And he's a firefighter?
Oh, he's always furious at me. Yeah, he's a fireman, and he just comes home and just starts like going through all my stuff and be like, "What's this over here? You want to tell me about this over here?" Put some dishes to the sink, but you never rinse them. Put them in the dishwasher. Like I'm gonna write up an incident report. He walks up when he comes back from the firehouse. I'm like a kid in an '80s movie. I'm just throwing stuff in drawers. I'm like, he's walking up the lawn. I'm like sliding in my socks, just hurling things everywhere, like it was a night of wild. Boring. I think I can't say the word that rhymes with that, but you get the idea.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And how long have you guys been married?
We've been married since 2018. He even sends me pictures of like the AC remote. If I forget to put it back in the holder on the wall, I'll get like a photo. Like, this happened again. Second time this week.
I love that. That is.
I'm like, who hurt you? Like, what? Who touched you that you need to do this? Who betrayed your trust when you were 11? That you have to send pictures of remotes because they're not back and the holder's on a wall.
That is so authentic to anybody who's anybody in a relationship, you know. And your last special was called Big Guy. Right.
Yes.
And that is his nickname for you.
Unfortunately, yes. Not a romantic guy.
How did that come into being that you're called Big Guy?
Well, he started making this jingle up that he actually we went on Kelly Clarkson. He actually got them to sing, like have the big band back him up for his Big Guy song. He just thought it was funny that whenever I walked into a room, he would follow me around and go, "She's my big guy. She's my big guy." And I talk about it in the special. I'm like, no woman wants to be called Big Guy. That's what you call like a union trucker, Pete. What the hell? And then he started making up a song where he'll brush his mustache because he'll have this ludicrous, hostile, like he looks like a Scotland Yard detective. And he just goes around brushing his mustache and singing at me. He's like, "Hey, she's my big guy." And then he just likes to impersonate a rabbi because I'm Jewish, so he'll just walk around going, Rachel. He's like, "Call me Rachel, big gay, big gay." That's a whole remix that he does to haunt me. Oh my God.
Let me ask you. He realizes you're the comedian,
right?
In this relationship,
I know,
right?
but let me tell you, people always ask me this. They're like, "Oh, does he get upset when you talk about him on stage?" I'm like, he loves it. Everything he says to me that devastates me, that ends up in my act, he thinks it's a joke he wrote. I'm like, no, they're laughing at you. It's at you. He loves it. When he ends up in the act, nothing makes him happier. It could be any complaint, you know? Well, like we were hooking up the other day, and then when he's finished, he goes, "That was too quick, right?" He was like, "That was a big disappointment." I'm like, "Yeah, it was kind of on the selfish side, Pete." He's like, "But you could put it in your skit." He's like, "I think it was pretty solid. Put that in your skit. How I go for 3 minutes, then I'm out like a light." I'm like, "All right, Pete, that's enough."
He's helping you.
I love that he calls it a skit.
A skit. Yeah.
He's like, "Put that in your little talent." My mom calls it my talent show. He calls it my talent skit now because he thinks that's funny to mess with me.
Because your family knows this. I did stand up for a while, and people would afterwards. Sometimes they come up and I've told it on the air. This guy came up to me one time and he goes, "I got a bit for you, Christopher Columbus. What was that guy thinking?"
Oh my God!
I'm gonna put that right in. So do you get that sort of now because you are a storyteller and a lot of it has to do with that. Is the rest of the family all the time?
Yes, like my aunt, and from everybody in my family, my aunt will be like, "Here's what you should talk about, sweetheart. I have a fella that comes to help me with my clothing, and he does some of the wash, and he hangs it up outside, and he's a lovely fella. He's a gay fella, and I always tell him there's nothing wrong with that. and he's tremendously funny. And I'm like, first of all, why are you giving him permission to be gay? And he doesn't need you. I always tell him I think it's fantastic, and there's nothing wrong with that. And he should have equal rights. Can you imagine? Like he's getting gayer by the minute by hanging my Aunt Edith's underwear outside. Like, can you imagine? It's like elephant sized. It's the most aggressive underwear you've ever seen. This is a woman that's been single for like 60 years based on that size of her underwear alone. And I always tell him it's fantastic. Anyway, he's very humorous. So you should come over here and you could listen to some of the things he says and then put it right there in your, and that's it. Just dies at the end of that.
I love it. I love it.
A lot of people will invite me to their office. They'll be like, you should come to, and a lot of times they'll be traveling to my show. So I was like in Orlando and this woman's like, you should come to Tampa and come to my office because there's such funny things that go on at the office. And didn't even tell me what they were. She just thought I was going to fly immediately to
down to Orlando.
Wherever the hell I was. I never know where I am. I just hurl myself on a plane. But yeah, she's like, you should come over. And then we have some of the funniest discussions there at the office. So I'll see you on Monday at 11.
So what it is I'll tell you what it is. You're imbued with this ability to pick up on nuance and things that people might brush right over. It permeates your material, which is obviously great. Have you always been an observer of other people to that level? Are you because you're a mimic as well. Your ability, dialects and stuff like that seem to come naturally to you. Has it always been part of you? And it must.
Yes,
so,
I think it was definitely. I did not have other skills, so I was a terrible student and always wildly failing. And then so instead, I was just more focused on people's accents and affectations. I remember being in kindergarten and I did something called a bagel face. I don't remember what the bagel face was, but I remember it killed. It did really well. They thought I had something called, my mom's a therapist, so she was always re-diagnosing me. And they thought I had something called figure ground, where you can't tell the difference between one person speaking. Like you can't hear one voice in a sea of voices. My mom's like, she's got figure ground. I figured out what it is. It's figure ground. But that voice just has to be compelling to me. Like if they're talking about long division, then I'm out like a light. But if it's something interesting, obviously, figure ground is the funniest thing.
I've never heard of that. So it's the inability to isolate and pick out a particular voice in a bunch of voices.
Yes, like if a teacher's standing in front of the room, she thought I couldn't tell the difference between that sound and like a clanking of a pot and pan, but I could. I wasn't compelled enough to listen. And I'm like, when I really need to listen, even if I'm trying to, I can if it's horrifically boring to me.
Did you, speaking of teachers, did you pull off any impressions of your teachers, and did that get you into any trouble when you were like in middle school or high school?
Yes, I was obsessed with how my teachers talked. I had one adorable teacher. She was this Southern little lady. She's my second grade teacher. Her name is Miss Delicious, and she talked like this. She had this cute little clipped Southern accent, and she was gorgeous. She had this blonde hair. I always wanted that blonde, and I had my big mousy, Jufro, and she had this lovely, just crisp, straight, shiny, just the hair boys would stare at and sigh. I didn't have that kind of, my hair was always in kind of a knotted mass. And then I didn't know I had a big knot always, like almost like everybody don't break up too much at home, but I had like a nest, and then I would take the hair from the front to cover that nest because I didn't detangle it. And it was pretty disgusting, but we'd have these detangling sessions with my mom. She'd be like, it's time to detangle. It's time. And I'd be like, ah. And I always just wanted Miss Delicious, beautiful, clean. Like she never had a mass like that. She never had a nest. No, she was an impeccable, spotless blonde. And all the boys would stare at her. And I wanted her accent. And when we were upset, we were in second grade, and she used to go, y'all are acting like kindergartners. Y'all are acting like kindergartners right now. And I used to try to say that around the house, and I'd say it to my brother all the time, who wasn't paying any attention to me. He was just watching wrestling with his cereal, and I'd be like, y'all are acting like kindergartners. So I love even that. In my second grade picture, I'm trying to do her face because she had these cute little kind of thin lips, and she would sort of put lipstick on, like Meg Ryan had those little petite lips.
Yes.
She would put lipstick on them, and it would kind of shine off the corner because there wasn't enough lip for the gloss. And I tried to do her face like this. And you can see it in my second grade picture. Like I was always desperately trying to be
that's hilarious.
of my own.
That's hilarious. I was listening to your interview. You're talking with Mike Birbiglia, and you have, when you were single, you had what I considered some state-of-the-art, or at least brilliant, ideas about how to meet people. And you had this whole concept based around steakhouses.
Yes, I heard men hung out at steakhouses, so I would spend a lot of time, getting fat at like Keen's Steakhouse. I was just doing a lot of aggressive feeding, but I never really could talk to the guys because I couldn't carry out my idea because I was too nervous to actually approach them. And so what was I going to do? I just stared at them longingly and alarmed them. And again, got just fatter by the day, just doing a lot of feeding at steakhouse bars. It was suspicious. It didn't work out for me.
And then you also had this thing. I don't know if you're happily married, obviously, but you would almost have that. You would do wardrobe changes mid-date.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. I guess I did talk about that with Mike. That was one of the craziest things I've ever done. Is I used to always pack a second dress because I couldn't decide what to wear. I still do this sometimes, but it's like I'm like, oh, maybe, in a few hours I'll turn into this other version, this other more appealing version of me, and that'll really get him, Now I guess I'm like, I first start my first stage of the evening is just my, Paula Poundstone stand-up outfit, and the second lap, I'll try to turn into somebody slightly more
like a Madonna costume change, or like a Cher or Jennifer Lopez.
Yes, I've always been jealous of all those costume changes. That's why I wish I could sing. If I didn't have such a shrill, nasal voice, that would have been really fun. I love a costume change because I feel like if I'm really gonna get somebody, I gotta try on all the outfits. I gotta be every version of whatever arouses or hypothetically arouses a man or whatever it is. So in one date, I was violently drunk because I think I was like 24. I drank like an alarming amount, and then because I was so nervous, and then I spilled a drink on myself just so that I could get up. One of the most insane things I've ever done. Just so unwell. And I went to the bathroom to change, and I was like, oh, oops-a-daisy. Thank God I have other more hotter version of me in my purse right now, in my moment, which wasn't a purse, by the way. It was such an aggressive sack. It was just like a heinous ADD, disgusting sack that would turn off any guy. So I got up and I ran to the bathroom and changed into this red dress, and the guy figured it out. I'm kind of fascinated because I'm like, I feel like how could he have conjured up in his mind that I would have done something that crazy? But he was like, you did that on purpose. He's like, you spilled the wine on yourself because you wanted to change into that dress. And I was just like, well, y'all are acting like kindergarten. I don't know where you would have ever gotten such an idea. I'm over here fanning myself as innocent as the day is long. I would never have been changing into a second horrier version of myself. It's just beyond me.
I love that idea. I love the idea that in life you should get the opportunity to do a costume change, a wardrobe change if it's not going quite right. We as civilians, we don't get the chance to do that.
No, you don't. I mean, I tried to pull it off, but I just ended up looking like I was quaking, like I was insane, just foaming at the mouth, deliriously insane. So, I mean, he still hooked up with me after that. God bless him. Like, he wasn't.
we
I looked like I was just snacking on hard medications when I did that.
Tell me what you think of this. We worked with a girl who, when she got married, she got a haircut in between the ceremony and the reception.
God bless her. That is amazing. She's my type of lady.
Yeah, right.
What was her thinking?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated.
Who was that? I don't even remember that.
She was like a sales assistant, and her friend, one of her bridesmaids, is a hairdresser, and
Marissa's got a point to make. Hang on.
Yeah. So as a girl, you spend all this time growing out your hair, so it's like voluminous and luxurious, and you may hate it. So mid-ceremony, chop it all off and roll with it.
Is that it?
Put on a shorter dress.
Wait, are you the one who did it?
No, it wasn't me. But I've seen girls like cut their dress in the middle of the ceremony, especially when it has like a long bustle and like all of these layers.
I get the cut dress because then you have to really dance, and you have to be a slightly less virginal version of yourself. Yeah. I get the Madonna horde transferring, especially to dance because there's a practicality, but I don't, like if you can't twerk in a wedding gown, and that was my grandmother grandmother's last words to me of advice. Cannot twerk in a wedding gown, dear. It's very difficult and strenuous, and you'll hurt your hip. But the haircut is a special level of craziness, which, look, I mean, I cheers to her. I admire her. She's obviously of my school of quaking madness.
Were you any level of bridezilla for your wedding, or were you casual?
For my wedding, I was so. Here's the thing. I care about how I look, but I don't care about any other aspect of presentation. So I don't care about like seating and all that kind of stuff. And like, I remember we had to do first look pictures at my wedding, and I don't know if anybody at home knows what that is, but basically they make the groom stand there, and then slowly the bride turns around and presents herself to him, which I thought was hilarious, like as if he's never seen her. Like, I'm like, he's already slept with this girl several times. Like, let's not act like this is like this big gift to him. So when I turned around just to mess with my husband, I like spit in a napkin. I was like, let me do something extra disgusting. I was just like, ugh! Like I just pretended like I was puking. And then I told him, I begged him. I was like, when I turn around, be like, oh, I thought it was going to be a blonde. What the hell is it? Like, I was like, please act violently disappointed. As if you were just like, as if you bought me online or something and you expected a blonde, skinnier version of me or something.
It's so funny because you get these things, you'll buy these books and you do the videos, and my wife and I have been married for quite a while, and we never look at them. It's like, it's this bizarre version of ourselves at a point. In fact, when we got married, it was a destination wedding, and you give you do confession, before the wedding. Well, her uncle was the priest, and I had to tell her uncle, I've been sleeping with her prior.
and you use the word banging.
Yeah, bang. I was banging her raw. No, and he goes, and he's just was the greatest guy. And he goes, everyone's out there. He goes, it's okay. we'll move on. Yeah,
we'll circle back to that sin.
But
I'm so jealous of confession, by the way. I've always wanted to be able to confess, but I think it's such a cool thing. I mean, I like Catholics in general. It's just my type. I like a guy that's just like hot and sorry,
Hot and sorry.
I like alcoholics. I like a guy who looks like he doesn't remember what he did yesterday to devastate you, but he'll let you kind of fill in the blanks. But I feel like there's something about confession. Like, I want to be able to do that. We don't get that. We don't get to just drop off a week's worth of foul mistakes somewhere. I want to be able to do that. Just re-cleanse.
I mean, you can. Anybody can go to confession. You can be.
My husband says I can't. I like to take this argument and use it against him. He says, and by the way, please DM me if you have any good info on this. But he says that Jews aren't allowed to confess, that you have to have had that little Christ bath. What's the bath?
Well, you got to get a baptism
and confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I always forget if it's a confirmation or communion. Which one is
all three?
Sins bath?
Well,
okay.
So I think it goes in order. You got to get baptized first, and then in order to be able to receive the sacrament of penance, and then you go through penance, and then that same year you also get your first communion. Confirmation usually doesn't happen until like 6th grade or now 8th grade.
But are they going to penance again? Penance sounds the name of like a tax break or something.
That's confession. Yeah, penance, reconciliation is really what the sacrament.
But would they flat out reject you from the confession booth if you're not raised Catholic?
Well, if you don't, so you have to sit down and you have to know the things to say. Right. So
a
you
little club.
Yeah.
No,
what is that? Is that like the Hail Marys? What do you have to
bless
say?
me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been 3 weeks since my last confession, and here are my sins. And then you lay out your sins.
It's pretty easy, honestly.
I can memorize that. I tell my husband. DM me, you guys, Rachel Feinstein _ if this is really true. Because I've been trying to confess for years. I used to make my brother hold up a sheet, and everybody's told me so far. I try to change my name to like Rachel O. Feinstein.
I think
everybody's told me I'm not allowed in. So
I think the bottom line is
I've always found it to be the most romantic, fun thing.
I don't think you're allowed in, but you can cheat your way in, and you can do it that way. So I think that's the real.
And that can be one of the things you confess. Like here, I cheated to get here in the first place.
I mean, don't act like you guys don't just give him your best, like lightest sin.
Oh my my God,
real
that's
foul
the
stuff you're up to. You have a cover sin.
You're exactly right. So the most nerve-wracking thing is the confession itself. Like it's like tax preparation. You're going to try to hide some stuff,
No, you're not going to tell them like the vile stuff you're watching on like Pornhub or whatever. You're going to be like, oh, I thought about I stole my brother's, tape or something.
You mean the real stuff you're supposed to
The real stuff you keep vague. You go, well, I sometimes peruse adult material.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, I also produce those films occasionally. Yeah. No,
and I spanked it 3 times yesterday.
It can be, yes. So listen, while there are pluses, it's nerve-wracking as well. So, but
yeah.
Well,
if anybody wants to take me to confession while I'm near Soul Joel's, and you guys have like an in,
and you can stop by and see Rachel now. If you need to get tickets, it's souljoels.com. That show is going to be on Thursday, August 21st. It's a 7 o'clock show. Obviously, you want to go see Rachel because she's hilarious and you'll enjoy Soul Joel. So make sure that you do it. It is wonderful to catch up with you. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we hope you have a great show while you're in town.
Thank you so much. Also, I'm taking my whole family with me because I'm taking my daughter to Sesame Place that weekend. Which is a little while from there, but we're going to get like a hotel in between. So if anybody has any suggestions of things I could do with a 5-year-old, speaking of, all my filth aside, please DM me any suggestions.
Yes. There's a whole bunch. In fact, one of the places you got to go to is the Please Touch Museum as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She would love that.
Yeah. And then Sesame Place, you're going to love it. For a 5-year-old, it's heaven.
Good.
Yeah, love it. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, guys.
We'll see you soon. Rachel Feinstein. And like I said, the show is Thursday, August 21st at Soul Joel's, and you can get those tickets at souljoels.com. All right, we need to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're going to get to the Bizarre File. We're also scheduled to have Luke Spiller from the Struts joining us around 10-ish. So it might be in the next segment or right after. We'll see. Stick around. Be right back in a minute.
Preston and Steve.
Blow out your O-ring like nobody's business.
I wouldn't even give it that chance. I hated them so much they never made it into my body.
I love them baked.
Like now? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about this one? When I eat at my in-laws, here's the in-laws again. It's always stressful. They're wild about portion control. My mother-in-law always cooks 1 potato per person, and they're baby potatoes, like the size of a golf ball.
So like you can't have extras.
She said during Thanksgiving, she'll hover around and snatch your plate away the second you're finished. Don't even think about seconds. Remember, 1 potato per person.
What's that about? Are they? I guess they don't describe whether or not they're very thin.
That's weird. How about I made Christmas dinner once, and my sister deemed the ham trash because I didn't take the bone out. Apparently, Gordon Ramsay wouldn't have done that. And I was deemed unfit for next Christmas dinner, so she took care of it. She cooked a tube of deli ham instead.
Really?
A tube of it?
How's everyone's tube?
How's your tube of ham?
God, that sounds awful.
It's very good. This is good tube.
Let's see. Let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
When I first got with my girlfriend when we were kids, about 18, 19 years old, coming home from work, and her mother, she's like, oh, we're going to have spaghetti the poor way. Bunch of soggy-ass noodles with tomato soup poured over top.
Soggy-ass noodles with tomato soup poured over them? You should have used ketchup.
Well, exactly. Almost the same thing.
Yeah.
Man, no, that's not even that's just the stupid way.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, man.
I mean,
Appreciate
especially
it.
since you can go to the supermarket. There's tons of marinara already in jars ready to go.
Yeah, costs about the same as soup.
Yeah.
Probably. So, how about Justin? Hey, Justin, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, buddy?
So, due to that TikTok app, I come downstairs this morning and my son I saw him pouring cereal, but he pours the milk in before the cereal.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Can you divorce your children?
Yeah, he said all the kids in his class do it, and I questioned him. I said, that is un-American. We do not do that here.
Well, it's just stupid, too, because you can't fill up the bowl with cereal. You're just getting a surface layer.
Well, yeah, so apparently this video says that it helps so the cereal doesn't overflow over the bowl.
What?
I mean, yeah.
Are you that?
You can stop pouring milk
Yeah.
at some
How
point,
about
and
that?
it will
I
not
can't
overflow.
stop.
I know, right?
Ham!
All right, thanks, Justin. My daughter likes to let her cereal sit in milk until it gets all mushy.
Oh, okay.
wow.
Not me.
I think I might have been that way when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's like if it sits there too long, I don't even want it.
You know what? I've found my ability to buzzsaw through, especially cereal that I like, like Frosted Mini Wheats or the was it Kanashi? What are the Kashi? Oh, their stuff is. I can go through like half a box. And like nobody's business. It's just crazy.
All right, one last
That's
one.
why I can't do it.
One last one, and then we got to take a break. This one says, honestly, I'm amazed that my grandfather never got food poisoning. He would frequently leave soup out on the stove for days on end, just heating it back up when he was hungry and letting it cool down for hours or even days before heating it up again.
What was that?
Just leave it there.
What was that story? It might have been debunked at a certain point, but it was the Chinese food that had been left out on a counter.
Oh,
yes. And they thought it was a meningitis case or something like that. And it turned out to not be what caused that guy's illness. You're right. And then this person goes on to say, in the winter, he would store food outside instead of the refrigerator since it was, quote, free to cool it down. Except he continued to do this until it was in the 50s.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
No, you don't want to do that.
Maybe the dead of winter, yes.
For safety's sake, you don't want to do that.
I need you to stop talking.
All right, we will stop talking.
Damn it.
Do I need to do this one, Nick?
It's just impressive.
This one says, my mother-in-law makes mac and cheese without milk, just cheese on top in a sheet pan and melts it in the oven. Never, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
She puts it on like a Macintosh computer?
No.
Anyhow, there you go. That's what I have for you in this little list. People with questionable ways that their families cook specific foods. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that. We do have to take a break, but listen, cool thing happening tomorrow night. We have a screening of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Very exciting.
And I have 3 pairs of tickets I can give away. So first 3 callers, 215-263-WMMR. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, UA King of Prussia. Movie doesn't even open until Friday. This is a big blockbuster movie.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And let's get you into this exclusive screening. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have your chance to win $500 and tickets to the MMRBQ with the concert cash. B-File up 2. Stay there. In less than 2 weeks, we'll be broadcasting live at Keenan's.
That's right.
For the Coors Light opening of the Jersey Shore, Eggs with Peg, the 5 different names that it has. All we know is that it's a party we haven't had in a long time. We're looking forward to it. Over the next few days, we're going to start to maybe pitch some ideas out there to you and maybe get some participants and some contests and so on.
Try to lay in as much ahead of the show work as we can.
Yes.
We've had a whole bunch of time off. We're trying a whole bunch of new things. It can only turn into a disaster, but the kind that we enjoy.
Our kind of disaster, your kind of disaster.
Right.
So that's coming up. And that means MMRBQ is this weekend, this Saturday, as mentioned just a little while ago. So just a little reality check for you there. All right. One of our favorite things is when we, as a show, are trying to figure out exactly what might be a topic of conversation. One of us goes, I have a question I want to ask on the air.
Oh, okay.
And that usually means I'm not going to tell you guys what it is.
Right. We want to hear it.
I'm just going to save it, and that's what we do because we don't like to, quote unquote, ruin something ahead of time by knowing too much about it. And we just like to head into the unknown. And today's unknown comes to us from Kathy Romano.
I'm telling you, my heart is beating so fast right now because
What?
I'm so nervous.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous.
Oh, I didn't know it was that kind of thing. All right.
Wait.
Does it involve a boy?
No. So here's how I think I want to do it. I'm going to ask a question.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go around the room. Okay. I'll call your name out.
Right.
All right.
I want Marissa to participate too.
Do we need goggles?
No, I'm just going to ask you a question. All I want you to say is yes or no.
All right.
Okay. With no follow-up, nothing.
Commentary,
no
no
follow-up.
commentary.
All right. Yes
Don't
or
even
no?
indicate whether you're positive or not. Just give me your answer, and then after that, we'll break out into discussion.
Never heard anything
really
like this.
intrigued
Now
now.
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Because
and
I'm gonna go in order because there's definitely someone in this room who knows the answer, and I'm hoping that person doesn't go hard on me when they realize I didn't know the answer.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
You ready? I'm gonna start with Marissa.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So we're going in the height order.
Yes, we're going height order.
Yeah.
Marissa, can you drive to Alaska?
Yes.
Casey,
Yes.
Preston.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Nick.
Yes.
F.
Stop it. Oh, my God. Kat. You poor thing. It's adorable,
Who
though.
knew Alaska was attached to Canada?
There's an amendment to this. Did you know that you cannot drive to the capital of Alaska? The capital of Alaska is Juneau, and it's separated. Steve, you've been there, right?
Been there.
Yeah. So there, like, if somebody would ask the question, "Can you drive to the capital of Alaska?"
Yeah, no, I just thought the whole state.
All right. I was trying to help.
Kathy, the crazy thing is, there is like if you there is a line that connects Alaska to your driveway. I mean, that's
So
it's a big line.
It's a gigantic
so
line.
here, I was in a conversation with somebody, and we were talking about film crew, and he goes, "Yeah, they're driving to Alaska, and they're going to document the whole way, and then start the filming there." And I was like, "You mean they're going to drive through Alaska?" They were like, "No, he's driving to Alaska," and I was like, "What do you? I don't understand. What do you mean?"
You adorable.
And then, but listen, so
Adorable
then
thing.
that same night, I was out to dinner with 8 people. And at the table, I said, okay, I did what I did with you guys.
Yeah.
I said, give me yes or no. There was only 2 people at the table who knew the answer, and it was my dad and my mom. And my mom said, I only said yes because I knew your father would know, and he said yes. The rest of the people, all adults, said no.
What was your perception of Alaska's attachment to the continent?
Here is my issue with this. It is the map of the United States. Okay? The map of the United States doesn't include Canada.
Right.
Now, I know that it wasn't like Hawaii and,
That you'd have to cross an ocean.
but I didn't think you could drive there.
Okay. All right. Yes.
And
It is not part of, they say, the contiguous United States, right? So it's not directly connected to the borders of the mainland, as they call it in Hawaii, the mainland. Yeah.
Right. So I thought you had to get on a plane. To get
Wow.
I mean, you would prefer to get on.
And I think
that's how I did.
right?
I actually.
It's a long ass way.
Yeah, we flew into Seattle, then flew up to Alaska.
Kathy, I want to make you feel better because you admitted to peeing in the pool last week.
Yeah, okay.
And I love that. It was more recently than not that I saw a map and I was like, oh, that's where Hawaii is.
all right.
Oh,
For the
really?
same reason.
You thought it was in the Atlantic?
No, because maps that we've seen growing up, it was like the continental U.S. and then there was just little corners.
No, you're right.
Yes.
I have heard and read stories of people who thought that Alaska and Hawaii were actually down in this little corner
Very
right
close
next to each other.
Very close to each other. How does one have such wonderful tropic weather and the other one's so cold?
Yeah.
For the record, I didn't think it was like in the Atlantic Ocean or anything like that, but I just didn't actually know like how close it was to California. And I was like, oh, that's why you stop over in California if you're flying to Hawaii.
Listen, there are these things in life that elude you as far as your thinking. I remember as a family member who was studying, law and thought that the Titanic sunk in the Pacific because that's where the icebergs are.
Oh, right. I remember.
Yeah.
And let me just say, by the way, my 10-year-old was also at this dinner, and his answer was yes.
Oh, wow.
By the way, do you want to hear some of the texts, Kathy?
Yeah.
Well, my kids are never going to Westchester. That's lower, slower bucks for you. Somebody says, Jesus Christ, you guys drive me insane, Preston. You need to learn how to pronounce contiguous. Did I say that incorrectly?
Contiguous with
contiguous,
a hard
not
G.
a hard G.
So we're all stupid here.
Yeah, we're all idiots.
And it's awesome because, most people have, thousands of people listening to everything that you say so that they can correct you on everything.
That's all right.
Yeah.
This one says, it's okay, Kathy. I thought so too until about a few months ago. I'll bet you there are many people actually listening right now as well for one reason or another that weren't aware that, yes, you can indeed drive to Alaska if you need.
By the way, you may think you don't have something like this in your intellectual arsenal. I guarantee you do.
You sure do.
I told you guys, man,
you.
when we were playing this game one time with some friends of mine, it was just a driving game. It was in my fellow band members. We were driving for a few hours.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. A little while ago, we had our friends from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling here in the studio. They're cleaning out our storage facility in the basement of the building. And while they were carting off that stuff, we decided to get together with them and put together a contest. And this is to help you out. So all you need to do is send us a picture of your junk. Yes, that's correct. You heard me right. Send a photo of your junk. That meaning your garage, your basement, wherever you got stuff and you want to get rid of it. Because we have a $500 junk removal prize from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling.
That's going to move a lot of junk.
All you have to do is go to WMMR.com, enter on the contest page, upload the photo, and then you are in the running for it. So if you're, especially if you've been putting off the cleaning out project that you have around the house, this is your opportunity.
You've used them 4 times?
Yeah.
And they roll in big, don't they?
They're in and out.
Yeah.
They get it done, and they've got giant trucks to take away whatever you may have. So send us your junk, WMMR.com, upload the photo. It's on the contest page of the website, and you just might win. And if you need some assistance, and even if you enter the contest, but you want to get a free estimate, you can do that. Call JDog at 844-GET-JDog, all right? 844-GET-JDog, and you can get the free estimate. Let's get some B-File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Neumann University. The Preston and Steve Show YouTube live stream is powered by Neumann University. The next preview day is coming up on August 8th. That's tomorrow, gang. You can learn about Neumann's academic program offerings, campus life, and professional internships. Register at newman.edu. An American game hunter was gored to death by a buffalo that he was stalking after it ambushed him in South Africa. Millionaire ranch trader Asher Watkins was out on safari with a professional hunter and an animal tracker on the trail of a prized 1.3-ton specimen bull last Sunday. The huge beast charged at 35 miles an hour at him, slammed into him, and killed him almost instantly.
Well, those things are terrifying, and it sort of put me in mind of the scene in Jurassic Park when the Velociraptor comes in from the side and nails them and those things kill loads of people every year.
Yeah, it's not known if the team from Conrad Vermack Safaris guiding their client on the hunt shot the buffalo dead or if it escaped back into its nearby herd. The conservationists believed hunting was a vital part of preserving wildlife. He has photos on his social media with a dead mountain lion, many deer, and hundreds of wild fowl. He also boasts of killing thousands of doves in just 3 days with 7 pals in Argentina.
And 250,000 guinea pigs.
Although it is believed it had not yet been shot and was unwounded, the increasingly agitated bull turned on the hunter and launched a fatal attack as he closed in on it.
So my line of thinking is, if this is you're in battle with this, it is a fair kill, let it go, right?
What's that now?
The water buffalo?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I mean, it was doing what it does.
What it does.
It's a herd in the wild.
Fair kill.
So
you win.
Cape buffalo, known as the Black Death, kill some 200 people in Africa a year. They're known to kill more game hunters than any other animal, including elephants, lions, rhinos, or crocodiles.
Isn't that amazing?
The lifelong hunter who was raised and taught to shoot on Texas farms stood little chance as the buffalo took him and the safari team by surprise and gored him in the charge. All right, here is a terrible story. A tourist vacationing in Florida allegedly tried to drown his daughter-in-law during an argument over his will and was only stopped thanks to his granddaughter and neighbors who called 911.
Those are those special family moments you want to remember.
It happened Sunday in Davenport, which is not far from Walt Disney World and other theme parks. Deputies responded for a disturbance in a backyard swimming pool. The victim and witness said 62-year-old Mark Raymond Gibbon of Beaconsfield, England, kept shoving the 33-year-old woman underwater during the fight. The family was together on a vacation when Gibbon and his daughter-in-law had a quarrel about the stipulations of his will. Gibbon allegedly pushed her under the water, held her down multiple times. She reportedly tried to get away, but he kept shoving her back down.
Tell you what, gang, let me drown your wife and then it's off to the amusement park.
Deputies wrote she advised that she could not breathe and believed that she was going to drown. The victim advised that she had a fight with Mark in order to get away from him and under the water, but he kept pushing her back under. It was at that point the victim's 9-year-old daughter saw what was happening and jumped into the pool to her mother's defense. Girl tried to get him to stop, but Gibbon allegedly pushed her away.
I bet you this will be the kind of thing they laugh about next Thanksgiving.
Yeah. The victim saw the neighbors and yelled at them to call 911. Gibbon allegedly stopped when the neighbors said they were calling the sheriff's office. Deputies arrived on the scene, took him into custody, allegedly admitted to pushing his daughter-in-law underwater, but said that he did not intend to drown her.
No, just wanted to get her wet.
He claimed that they were drinking when they got to talking about the will, and she slapped him, which is what he said kicked off the skirmish. The daughter-in-law reportedly suffered a couple of scratches. Gibbon was arrested on charges of attempted second-degree murder and battery. Wow.
Remember, no matter how bad it gets with your family, that's going on.
Mm-hmm. A 9-year-old girl is recovering after she was attacked by a sea lion off of the coast of California. Corral Olson was participating in a surf camp when her brother and sister at Oslamar State Beach when the attack occurred. The girl said that she realized something really bad is going to happen upon seeing the sea lion, which then bit her on the leg. She said, it came up to me and then it bit me and I got dragged underwater.
Man.
It was pain and then I was screaming, she said. The surf instructor, Alex de Marganic, was able to get the kids, including Corral, back to shore after the attack. Afterward, Corral spent the remainder of the day in a local emergency room. She had small puncture wounds and bruising from the bite on her leg. But Corral's not letting this incident stop her from going back into the water. She said, if something happens, that doesn't mean that you stop doing what you love.
No, it actually does.
And the surf instructor believed the incident may have occurred because the sea lion was acting territorial. He said, I think the rule of thumb is you make sure you give animals their space. He said, I think it's totally fine to be curious, but I'd never say get a better look by getting closer to that animal. Experts believe sea lion attacks are on the rise along California's coast due to a toxic algae bloom.
Yes. So this is the same thing that affected the otters, the sea otters.
Symptoms for sea lions who eat the contaminated prey reportedly include such things as lethargy, disorientation, foaming at the mouth, erratic behavior, seizures, and in severe cases, death. Wow.
Everybody in the water.
Pretty messed up, so be careful. I was at one time we were in California, and there was a small sea lion, like a baby one on the beach, and I went over to it because I didn't know if it was hurt or whatever. That thing turned around and opened its maw.
Yeah.
Damn, they got some teeth on them.
And by the way, those teeth are crawling with all sorts of diseases.
You do not want that. So, all right, that's all we have time for in the Bizarre File this morning. And our guest is ready to go, gang. We love this band. They are so good to us, and they are one of the most energetic, entertaining groups that you will ever see on stage. If you have never caught them, I highly recommend you go. And they're going to be in Philadelphia at the Fillmore on the 23rd. Tickets are on sale now. The last time this gentleman was around, about a year ago, he walked in with a birthday cake, candles lit on it for our own Pierre Robert. Please welcome Mr. Luke Spiller to the show this morning. Hey, Luke, good morning. Thanks for joining us, man.
How are you?
We're doing well. How are you, man? This is not rock star time of day, and we appreciate you getting up early.
That's all right, man. No, I've been up for about 10 minutes.
10 whole minutes. Where are you talking to us from today?
Well, I'm on the bus.
Oh, you're on a bus. Okay.
I'm heading to Madison today.
Madison, Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're actually an hour behind us, so this is extra terrible rock star time.
Sorry about that.
We're getting a thumbs up from him. Now, listen, as I said at the top, Luke, you're one of our favorite groups, and you guys put on such an energetic show. And at what point in the day, as you're getting ready on showtime, does frontman start to appear in your body? Because that takes a lot of energy to do what you do.
Yeah, I'd say probably about when I hear It's a Long Way to the Top, If You Want to Rock and Roll by AC/DC, probably about that gets played through the front of house about 10 minutes before we hit the stage. So I'd say that was probably the time. Yeah.
That gets the juices flowing.
The endorphins are released. That makes sense.
How important was AC/DC to you growing up when you first dived into the world of being a fan of rock and roll?
Oh, massively! Especially like the Bond years. I mean, I adore High Voltage was one of my favorite albums growing up, and it still is. It's just so it's so raw, and I think Bon was one of the first real, like, true rock and roll kind of like poets, you know?
Yeah. And you know what? If you look back, because I remember as a kid listening to AC/DC, and there were other bands that affected me this way too. I love the music, but it was also a little dangerous. It was also a little scary. You know what I mean? As far as some of the themes that they went with, Highway to Hell, and of course you go to Sabbath and stuff like that. And you know what? It was part of the appeal, but I was also a little bit of afraid of it too. I don't know if it affected you that way or not. We froze up.
Or he's just really thinking.
No. We have a frozen shot.
I'm really thinking. No, I don't think it did. It didn't scare me. I mean, in fact, quite the opposite. I mean, I discovered this kind of music at a time where bands like Manson and Slipknot were kind of like around. So I think they were kind of, quote, the scary bands.
All right.
So for me, AC/DC was like, it felt like good times and fun and adventure rather than like, ooh.
It had to have been a difference in age because I was a kid when I was listening to AC/DC, and it was kind of like the Slipknots and who have taken it to a whole nother level. So I could see your appreciation being completely different than mine. Yeah,
it all sort of allows you though, and with the passing of Ozzy, and we had a whole tribute to the show, and people calling up and what rock does very effectively, it allows people to sort of classically let their freak flags fly. And so many, you can find a focal point that speaks to you. And now you've been, fronting a band, you're a charismatic leader of the band. Have you been approached by other new bands that have been influenced by what you've been doing?
Yeah, totally. I think there's been a whole wave of like new groups. I mean, I know for a fact that we've sort of like helped kick down the door for a lot of groups that have come out, which are doing something similar. When I mean something similar, I mean like that kind of retro revival kind of feel and vibe. I mean, Maneskin, the Italian band, I remember they won the Italian X Factor by covering our song Kiss This. And, they were really androgynous when they first started out. And, and then, I remember we took out Greta Van Fleet for their first tour. We've got Dirty Honey out with us at the moment, which is really great. They're another great band. But yeah, I mean, I get a lot of messages from like a lot of young musicians in their like early 20s, just sort of like starting out, but they're all, they all look really cool. So I'm kind of proud about it.
I remember and you're right. You guys are kind of at the forefront of bands that, at least the generation of bands that some people, you were paying homage and continue to pay homage to a style. You guys change your stuff up, obviously. But I remember initially there were a number of bands where people say, like with Greta Van Fleet, it's the new Zeppelin. Where you get pigeonholed. Was the fact you guys seem to elude that, though you were a nod to a particular point in time. For an artist, is that a blessing or a curse?
I mean, it's just human nature, isn't it? I mean, for me, it's so funny. It's been like 17 years and people are still saying, it's like people will come up to me and say, who you remind me of? Like, I don't think you've ever heard this ever before in your life. I really feel the need. I have to tell you because I don't think anyone's ever said it. But you kind of remind me of like Freddie Mercury and Mick Jagger, like put together. And I just have to nod, politely and pretend that I've never heard that before.
Right.
But it's a compliment. It's human nature. It's like it's what we do, and it's a good sign. It means that people are talking to other people about it.
I'm glad you appreciate it that way, because you do hear the same things over and over, and sometimes it can be hard to accept that compliment and just be thankful that the person is indeed interested in what you're doing. So I think that's cool that you still appreciate that. You mentioned Dirty Honey, another one of our favorite bands, and we've had many interactions with the band over the years. They are joining you on the Bad Company tribute album, and we played. It's called Can't Get Enough Tribute to Bad Company. We played your version of Rock and Roll Fantasy. We love it. Were you approached with that song in mind to perform, or did you guys get to say which one you'd like to do?
No, they asked us if we would like to do that one specifically. So I think we were quite late to the to be put into the mix, but they obviously did the right thing by approaching us, because they've decided to go with our song as the lead single, so it can't be that bad.
No, it was a good call, clearly.
When you're doing something like that, and so obviously Paul Rodgers has a phenomenal voice. He's one of the great rock singers of all time. How much latitude did you want to take with making it, the Struts owned, or did you feel the need to pay some tribute to that great singer?
Well, honestly, it was a really easy day in the studio. Just to be completely clear, I have seen firsthand how great Paul Rodgers is. I've seen him opening for fronting Queen way back like 20 years ago. But like the actual key of the song itself, Rock and Roll Fantasy, is actually quite an easy song to sing. So I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So,
not a problem.
But it's the tone of his voice as well. It's the timbre that kind of makes it really unique. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And we did it with Bob Clearmountain. He's like a legendary mixer, producer. He's done he mixed like Miss You by the Stones and More Than This by Roxy Music. He mixed Live Aid. It's actually one of our best sounding songs that we've done in a while.
Luke, I wanted to ask you about just the band in general. I really like following all of you guys as a band and also as individuals on Instagram. And Jed, not that long ago, started up basically this series on his Instagram account of like how to be in a rock and roll band, sort of like the practical advice of like what to do and what the daily life is like. You guys, it's your job. You're doing this every day when you guys are on tour. For you, what's the hardest part about being in a rock and roll band, and what's the best part?
It's a tie between early morning radio show calls and the best part is early morning radio shows.
We had suspected.
What a great answer.
We just didn't want to be so presumptuous, but we figured.
No, but you know what I mean? I'm not joking. It's actually the double-edged sword of a lot of like what's required of me as like a singer and like a quote a face of the band is it's in one hand it's like my mum will ring me up and they'll be like, why are they making you do that? Like, you've probably slept 3.5 hours. And I'm like, well, I'd be more worried if people didn't want to talk to me.
Right. That's very salient point.
Yeah. So, and look, I love you guys and I've always got time for you guys at the station. So.
No, we do know that I have to ask as part of the Rockstar experience, the Rockstar tour bus. Is this tour bus to your liking? And if so, what is the coolest part of the bus?
Well, because I do things like this in the early morning, I get perks, So this is actually my own bedroom I have at the back of the bus.
Nice.
So it just means that like during the day I can sneak off and then get like another 3 or 4 hours sleep in the afternoon before like the meet and greet and everything. And I don't really get disturbed. Plus it's it's nice to have a bit of privacy.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you guys are going to be in town August 23rd at the Fillmore, and we know people are excited for the show. You can get tickets at thestruts.com. After this leg is over with, it's so interesting how tours work nowadays with, in the old days, it was release an album, tour behind the album, take a break, write a new record, get back on the road, and so on. Are you guys taking an extended break after this tour is finished, or are you recording along the way, or what are you doing?
No, we're gonna be writing as soon as we get back, writing and working on new material, which is hopefully going to be recorded either by the end of the year or the very beginning of next year.
Great. Well, we'll look forward to more music from you guys. Luke, thanks for getting up early. We appreciate it. Go back to sleep, and we'll see you in town. And we love you guys so much. Thanks for being on today.
Thank you very much, guys.
Luke Spiller, guys. Struts. And this is a little bit of rock and roll fantasy. We played this when it first came out last week. Such a great song.
Here come the Jesters. Here come the Jetsons.
No, not the Jetsons, the Jesters.
Here come those Jetsons.
Luke has got a good head on his shoulders. I mean, he was wiped out. You should have seen, if you weren't watching on our YouTube channel, he's yawning the whole time. He just literally rolled out of bed. But he's got a really good head on his shoulders.
I think just a quick question as I was observing that. In the morning, I display none of the just have woken up. I'm not yawning. I'm not like I'm like in go mode. Are you when you have just woken? I've seen you wake up from a nap and you're.
Yeah, but the morning's a little bit different.
Is it?
The shower is the magic.
We need to sleep together more.
The shower is the magic transformation for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I get up as soon as the alarm goes off, and I go and just start my daily ritual. But I am not like I'm not going to sit and chat with you until I have my shower.
Right. Yeah. I know Sferatu right up. That's more out of just knowing. Let's get going. That shower is critical. But I don't spend. I'm not for about an hour and a half.
Well, here's the thing. We've got Luke awake and aware, and he's going to be up for a while. He probably won't be able to go right back to sleep.
Probably change the oil on the bus.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a quick break and come back in a moment, and we will test your knowledge of today's show. We have a lesson question. We'll get some trash music news. Stay there. We'll be back in a moment. We can play this game where you say a state. Whatever that state letter it ends with, you lead the next state with the start. And then we ran out of states, so we started doing countries. And I swore.
Oh, no.
That euthanasia was a country.
That's right. It is part of Asia. It's the younger part.
And I dug in, man. I did not give up. Yes, it is. I saw it on a National Geographic.
It's
special.
where the teenagers live. It's where Asian teenagers
where the youth
live.
in Asia live.
Are you stupid?
It's in the name.
Where do you think they go? Euthanasia.
I need to apologize to my buddy Greg. Because I just really drove that home as if I had it as fact.
Listen, if you were to design a part of Asia where the younger people would go, what would you call it?
Euthanasia. In Asia, of course. Hang on, let me go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, baby wheel.
Baby wheel.
Spin it, baby. What's up, Ryan?
So, kind of going off of what Marissa said. My wife, for the longest time, didn't know where Hawaii was. She thought it was right next to Texas because of how it fits on the map.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I totally understand. And I had to explain to her it's in the South Pacific and how far away it is. And that's where we went on our honeymoon. But
okay.
Oh, my God. So
that's funny.
That is pretty funny.
Hey, by the way, I read something this morning and I tossed the story away because I didn't think it would be worth bringing up. I didn't know we were going to be talking about geography this morning. But apparently there was something that surfaced on TikTok that got some people in a bit of a tizzy. And it was about the fact that the state of Maine has more coastline than California.
Oh.
And the reason being is it is how coastline is defined.
Right.
And it's like, it's general. I have to bring up the story, but
the way it's reckoned. I think I saw the same story, Preston, and it's not.
Makes sense.
It's exactly the way they interpret it for both sides.
So the reason being is because when you look at the map of California, as you trace the coastline, you can see that there's more of it than Maine. But what you have to include are the coast of all the islands that are part of the state as well. That's all considered coastline,
Which they do.
and intercoastal waterways and things like that. So when you add all that up, Maine ends up having more coastline than California. So there are some things that are weird like that. But then again, it's a little different than driving to Alaska because you can clearly see that there's a way to get there. If you look at a map of the world, you look
Canada.
at a map of North America altogether.
I'm trying to think of like what the last argument that I had was where I dug in deep, even though I was wrong, and like trying to determine, just being that stubborn and not willing to give up on something.
Well,
it happens to everybody, and I know that I've done it.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to these calls. I have Courtney on the line. Hey, Courtney. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. What's up, Courtney?
So, a couple months ago, a friend and I were talking about a friend of ours that moved back home from Alaska, and I was like, wow, she had to pack all of her stuff in an airplane. That probably was, expensive. And she's like, you can drive from Alaska. And I was like, what? No, you can't.
Well, it's out in the middle of Canada.
Yeah, and was it, Courtney, was it because of the maps that we've seen that have the little cutout of Alaska and Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. And that's what you thought.
All right.
Stop and think
I'm
about
with you, Courtney.
people who are who believe that, Courtney, think, okay, well, we're going to Hawaii, but it's got to be about a 2-hour trip.
Right.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's right off Texas.
Yeah. Hang on, completely different, but somebody who believed something for the longest time because of a name. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, Mike. Hey, guys. How are you?
I love
What's
that.
up, buddy?
So my cousin, she was doing a project on guerrilla warfare, and she was talking to my aunt about it. And then she asked my aunt, who gave the guerrillas the guns?
Oh my God.
Who gave the gorillas the guns?
And she's also Westchester grad.
Oh, Westchester.
Oh my God.
Wait,
that's so
seriously?
great.
Yeah.
I love it, Mike. Thank you.
When you're a kid, I could see you thinking, okay, the gorillas are fighting each other, but guerrilla warfare. I love it.
It says my adult sister didn't know that New Mexico was a state. She thought there was Old Mexico and New Mexico, and therefore that it wasn't a state. So let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, bud?
So we were driving, and it was a group of us. It was 6 of us in a car, so it was 3 against 3. And I was team wrong that New England was a state. I was like, of course New England's a state. There's the Patriots. They have their own chowder.
Chowder.
New England State, yes.
Yeah, and it literally came down to, okay, we're going to name all the states. And we're like, and we're at 51. Okay. My bad.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
But you can see that, you make assumptions and it happens.
Yeah.
Hang on. Somebody who actually has driven to Alaska from Philadelphia. We're going to Sierra. Hi, Sierra. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. What's up, Sierra?
So back in 2010 or 11, I guess it was, my now husband and I, we actually drove to Alaska. We were going to move there for about a year.
Wow.
We drove there from Philly, and everyone that we talked to, we were in college at the time at Temple, and all of our friends were like, that's funny. You can't do that.
Temple too, Kathy, not just Westchester.
You don't feel so bad.
All college-educated people had no idea.
Wow.
No, I don't remember anybody that thought we could actually do it.
Sierra, how long did that take?
7 days. We drove in the wintertime, and so we had to stop at night because everything would shut down, like gas stations and everything, because the roads we took were mostly used by 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
Because no one's driving up there. And so because the roads would ice over, it was really dangerous. So we kind of had to plan our stops every night.
No, that's amazing. I mean, yeah, you're in areas that, and with it, as you said, are only used by interstate and inter-country truckers. So,
yeah, it's actually called the Alaskan Highway.
Yeah, wow. That's
and
pretty
it's
wild.
The only major road that runs
What did you
through
drive?
a lot of parts.
Were you in a car or did you drive an RV or something?
An F-150.
Okay.
There you go. All right.
Blue truck.
You have the right vehicle. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
And how come you guys ended up not moving there?
Because of us.
It was just we just decided to take like a year off of school from college and just go up there and snowboard and hang out, and then we came back to college again.
You got your fill. All right.
Cool.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
back.
Appreciate it, Sierra. So somebody who's actually done it, Kathy.
And see, there were a lot of people that didn't know.
A whole bunch of them at Temple, apparently.
I'm going to go to Nick. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yo, guys, put a bomb in a possum and feed it to a shark.
Yep. Right. That's the solution. Yeah. What's up, man?
All right. So I went to O'Hara, Casey's alma mater. Thank you, Go Delco. And senior year theology class, we had to do a project on different things, and this one girl picked euthanasia, which we were learning about. What you guys were just talking about was the mass killing of people.
Right.
She literally did her senior theology project on youth in Asia, and stood up in the middle of the class and went 10 minutes into her presentation about it. Everybody's laughing and like snickering, and the priest, it was Father Urian, finally goes over to her and goes, "You can sit down now, hon."
Oh, no.
That's mortifying. People, like, their jaw was on the ground. She's talking about how children are not being fed in Asia and everything, and we're just all looking at her like
she was
not even close. You're not even in the right ballpark.
Oh, no. That would have been me.
Yeah.
Had you seen the word, though, had you seen the word euthanasia?
No, actually, it wouldn't have been me. I actually thought euthanasia was a country.
Yeah, that would have been your geography.
Yeah, it would have been my geography.
What's the capital?
Yeah. Wow. All right. Thank you, Nick. Oh, I feel horrible for people when that happens to
All the
you.
way
You
into it.
realize,
Yeah.
you realize how dumb that really was. Kath, when did you feel stupid, or but probably not because you were in company with other people who did?
I actually laughed so hard. I mean, now, of course, now that I'm telling the entire area, I'm sure plenty of people make me feel stupid. But no, at first I laughed. I was like, oh my, and I went like this, Preston, look. I took my hands and I just went like this, like mind blown.
Wow. Here's a text that says, "Hey guys, my wife is incredibly intelligent. But one time a few years ago, she said in response to something, frogs don't have blood." And I was like, what? He said she thought that they were, like bugs or something, just a sack of goo. And I still tease her about it because I never win arguments. So that's from Mitch.
Frogs don't have blood.
For whatever reason, she had believed that. Wow.
I think it's very easy with the amount of information you're asked to process throughout life that something will elude you, as you were saying, Nick. Something will get by you.
Here, this text also says they thought that Texas was the biggest state because in those maps, sometimes Alaska is scaled down
Yes,
on the
it's
map,
true.
and you don't see that compared. It would take up too much space and take away from the, the contiguous United States. Contiguous.
So
God damn it, I'll never get it right.
When they show it represented, and there are certain maps that will accommodate for the curve of the Earth, and they will show, they'll show it in relative proper size.
Yeah, you want to get the real size look at a globe because Greenland is not nearly as big as it looks like on the maps. Greenland is it's a big island, but it's not as big as it looks on a normal map. So
it looks like a massive continent.
Yeah, if you look at a globe, you'll get the actual size. If you look at a map, you're going to get a distorted size.
Let me go to. Hang on a second.
You can't drive it.
Little bit of Pearl Jam for you this morning. 93.3 WMMR and Better Man. It is 10:29, and if you give me 2 more seconds, it's now 10:30. That just happened, people, right there. But a nice day today. 81 degrees. The sun is coming out. Nice. And tomorrow, even better. I don't have time. But
Oh, really?
I wish.
Wow,
yeah,
you're
but
dealing with some stellar days for that.
I've got plenty ahead this weekend.
That's right.
The whole weekend is golf bound, so I will be there. But as I was telling Brian Westbrook earlier this morning, I'm like, I went out to hit balls yesterday to just get warmed up because my best friend's coming to town. We're going to play. And I played the day before, and I couldn't hit the ball to save my life.
Let me ask you
And I played well. I shot an 80 the day before.
You had a golf-centric trip planned and you injured yourself.
Yeah.
Part of that.
Yeah.
Should you be doing anything before
Oh, yeah, no, I'm good to go.
Do you want to be gurneyed out of here?
I've played several times.
Okay, all right.
So I'm good to go. But the weather, if you are an outdoor sports person, this is it, man.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, mid to upper 80s and lots of sunshine. So it'll be perfect for you. All right, we're going to do a couple things here. Start with today's lesson question. And we are going to give away as a prize today a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Pete Correale. Correale. Pete! As Pete's going to be playing at the Keswick Theater on Friday, December 12th.
PDC.
Question that I ask you is, and we have a number of things we could ask today, but which musical group did Chikungunya open for? 610-660-9333 is a number. Which musical group did Chikungunya open up for? 610-660-9333. If you heard that and you know the answer, it was around 7:40 this morning. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by the Jug Handle Inn. Catch the best food, the best drink specials, and the action of all the games at the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnaminson. You can come for the famous Jug Handle wings, but also enjoy so much more online at thejughandleinn.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, the iconic house from Poltergeist is now an Airbnb with some of the rooms recreated just like the movie. Homeowner Rachel Powers promises an experience guaranteed to, quote, open your mind to the existence of disappointment.
Rattlers!
TMZ scoring pics of a new massive mansion being built by that $240 million contract Cowboys quarterback Dan Prescott. To give some context to the mega estate, 2 photos clearly show a diving board being installed on the toilet. I mean, that's just insane. And finally, Justin Jedlicka, who is known as the human Ken doll after years of cosmetic surgery, is promising to reveal Hollywood's biggest nip and tuck junkies. Jedlicka admits it's all coming from a place of anger because, like Ken, he has no penis or butthole. Not sure how I look at it.
All right. We're going to the phones for an answer to this question. Which musical group did Chikungunya open for? And it is Greg that thinks he knows. Hi, Greg. Good morning to you.
Yo, what's going on?
All right, bud. We're just looking for this answer. Do you know which musical group did that Chikungunya opened up for?
I think it was CNC Music Factory.
That is correct, sir. Yes. Absolutely correct. And hang on, my friend, because we are going to give you those tickets to see Pete Correale, as I was saying, tour. Correale, I think is how you say his name. Friday, December 12th at the Keswick Theater, and tickets are on sale now at keswicktheater.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
And it is brought to you by Rita's Gummy Bear. Ice is back at Rita's. You can try it with unicorn glitter for a truly magical treat. Stop by Rita's before it's gone. Be cool. Go to Rita's. All right, so Volbeat drummer John Larson will miss 4 shows on the band's North American tour due to a family commitment back home in Denmark. So former Slayer and Testament drummer John Dett is stepping in to replace him for shows in Charlotte, Bristow, Camden, and Holmdel.
Slayer seems a bit different than Volbeat.
Yeah. But he'll be playing here at their show in New Jersey. So Deet had previously filled in for Larson in early 2022 when the regular drummer tested positive for COVID. The band said Larson will be back behind the drums for their show in Bangor, Maine next week. Deet impressed everyone during his previous stint with the band by learning 16 Volbeat songs in less than 24 hours when Larson got sick during their tour with Ghost.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Volbeat frontman Michael Poulsen praised Deet's abilities to pull off the challenging task so quickly.
And he keeps mosquitoes away.
How about that, Deet? So Jack White is a massive baseball fan, and he recently accomplished a major feat, visiting all 30 Major League Baseball stadiums.
Wow.
While White shared his accomplishment in a celebratory post on Instagram, and the final stadium that he and his friends visited was Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, wow.
For a game where the Phils took on his hometown team, the Detroit Tigers.
So he comes to town for that.
Yep. He called Citizens Bank Park a beautiful park and shared photos outside and inside the park. However, he did pose an interesting question. He said, is it necessary that we see a game in the temporary stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays are currently playing in? Have we completed the journey or not, since the stadium is only temporary? And he wrote, note, we have seen a game already at the temporary home of the Athletics, Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. So he's wondering what people think.
I think he's completed the task. If he wants to be a true completist, he will revisit those when they are completed.
And I think he will.
I think he will.
Yeah. I want to go to that one in Tampa. That's where the Yankees play spring training, and that's where the Rays are playing this season because the hurricane last year destroyed the Tropicana Field, and so the Rays are playing in a minor league park, as are the A's in Sacramento.
I thought you went to that game when we were down there.
I was not able to make it.
Okay.
But that was a spring training game. But the Rays are playing their regular season games in the Yankees spring training facility. I think my dad has been to something like 34 or 35 parks because there are 30 teams in the bigs, but there are parks that no longer exist. So now, like, it's sort of a never-ending task. There's always new ballparks that are being built and old ones that have been knocked down. So it's a fun, ongoing goal.
Your dad is never going to Tony Danza Park.
He's not going to Tony Danza Park, no. Yeah. But he wants to get. We were at the Kingdome in 1993 where the Seattle Mariners used to play.
That's cool.
He's not been at the new one, whatever that's called nowadays. So yeah, it's cool to visit all the baseball parks. It's cool that Jack White finished his in Philly.
So people are wondering whether Jack shared this Instagram post himself because he just got his very first cell phone for his 50th birthday back in July. He had no cell phone until recently. He got an iPhone. His wife, Olivia Jean, gifted him that, and he announced this news in a joint statement post with Jean, which featured a photo slideshow of him posing with his new phone. So... but he got out to Citizens Bank Park, which is pretty cool. And then I'm adding this. It is not our format, but I was a little disappointed to see this. The future of the BET Hip Hop Awards and Soul Train Music Awards is in limbo. In a recent interview with Billboard, BET CEO Scott Mills confirmed that the two staple awards ceremonies will not return for the foreseeable future.
Because?
As the company works to reconfigure its place amid changes in the media and entertainment industries.
Interesting.
He said, so for BT Linear, which he's referring to the original cable network, he said, we have suspended the Soul Train and Hip Hop Award shows, but we have a team that's actively thinking about where those award shows might best live as the media climate continues to evolve. So the Soul Train Music Awards premiered in 1987. Viewer concerns for the fate of the show increased last year when BET skipped the ceremony for the year without notice. The official social media accounts for Soul Train have not been active since actually March of 2024. The BET Hip Hop Awards launched in 2006 and has consistently aired annually. The show usually airs in October, while the Soul Train Music Awards have typically been held in November around Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I remember last year they replaced the BET Awards with a special about Cedric the Entertainer getting electrolysis. And that seemed totally...
BET has yet to decide on a path forward for the ceremonies, but will continue to present the NAACP Image Awards and the Stellar Awards, a gospel music award show. So
that's wild.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that.
You know, and it was weird to see that the MTV. I think you reported on the MTV Video Awards are going to be on CBS.
Yeah, which is
not on MTV.
Yeah, I found that interesting. All right,
what the hell's going on out there?
That is what I have in music news for you this morning. All right, we have someone to chat with this morning. And we're sending him off on his own.
I hate this.
This is intern Kevin.
Yeah.
But he'll always be Mark to me.
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, how long did I call you by the wrong name?
For the longest time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I had used a device to try to remember his name.
Right.
And I forgot what it was. And I thought of the wrong device. And so now... when I try to remember his name, I think of Kevin, the King of Sea Cucumbers from SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes. And I eventually remembered it.
Yes.
But I did call you Mark like a week and a half ago.
I think it was
like
in
that.
the kitchen. Yeah. And I almost dismissed it. And then I was like, no, wait, I should correct.
Thank you. I told you. It's okay. Correct me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What's your story, man? Where do you go to school?
I go to school at Millersville University. I typically refer to it as like Amish country. So Lancaster area. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you like it?
I do,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm going into my senior year. Currently work for WXQ. I'm the station manager for them, and I have my own radio show there. I'll have my radio show Wednesday nights, 7 to 10 p.m., and I absolutely love everyone there and just being in that space. It's really cool.
Okay, so a 3-hour shift, man, for college
3-hour
radio.
show.
That's a pretty good chunky shift.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it mostly death metal, I'm assuming, knowing your personality?
Only death metal, exclusively death metal. If I play like Coldplay, my favorite band, it's just out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Coldplay's very death metal.
Nice. Have you picked up a few tips from hanging around here and seeing what we do?
Absolutely. Just getting the sense of the space and knowing how fast-paced this environment has been very beneficial for me. I'm very much kind of a guy, who's trying to be as very calm as can be, as I'm a very fast talker and very fast kind of paced person. So trying to make sure to keep things in its right places.
Well, you're doing a good job. You picked up, honestly, you picked up a lot, and you are very responsible and reliable, and those are key elements.
Thank you.
To it. So there you go.
So our program director, Chuck D'Amico, wanted me to apologize to you on his behalf because last week you walked into the bathroom right after he blew it up. He's very, very sorry and embarrassed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the apology, Chuck. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So does it not seem like Kevin started like a month ago?
I know.
It does. It's crazy.
Very
It went
quickly.
Really fast. These things kind of do, and I always think of how much I enjoyed my time here as how fast it's gone. I just remember being in the studio, hearing you say, "Are you of intelligence level?" Like it was
I remember you changing his diaper and he peed up in your face.
That was so cute. I was used to it by then. But
that was weird.
So back to school, and when does school start up anyway?
School starts for me. The first day of classes is August 25th. I work at at the school's admissions department, so I have to be there a couple weeks before.
Wow.
I'm getting my key to my first apartment tomorrow, which is really exciting.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is this your senior year?
This is my senior year.
Look at you, man. You're a go-getter.
Home stretch, final countdown.
All right, well, we wish you luck, and we thank you for all the help that you've given us here. It's important to that you guys do what you do, and we're hoping that you guys get some experience out of being here, but we need your help, so thank you for doing it.
Absolutely. Thank you all. You guys have been so incredibly kind and gracious to me throughout my time here. Even though you called me Mark, that's okay. But you guys have all been so amazing and been one of the greatest shows I've ever been on.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate that.
All right, Kevin, good luck to you, buddy. All right, Kevin's out of here. And so are we, as we are going to take a break and come back in just a moment. We will wrap up the show when we return with the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize and a peek at what's coming up tomorrow, so stay there. We'll be back momentarily.
Preston and Steve.
Well, I know now because I was looking at maps all weekend.
We go to Joe next. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Hey, so my story is this. It was back in the early 90s. I was home from Westchester University, Cap.
All right, yes, go Rams.
Old Rams in the house. And we were all sitting out on the front porch, my family and I, and my sisters were out there with my parents. And my parents had just came back from Canada with from a trip with my younger sisters. So we're all sitting out there on the porch, and my one older sister says to my parents, "Hey, so how was Canada?" They said, "It was great." And she said, "Well, how was the weather?" And they said, it was hot." And my sister said, "Really? Wow." The other older sister chimes in and says, "Of course it was hot. Everybody knows heat rises."
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No lie.
It's like the second story of a house.
Yeah, Canada's above the United States. I'm sure heat rises.
Yeah, he just goes up that way. Oh, my God. That's so funny. And did you guys laugh, get a kick out of that, or what?
We laughed our behinds off, but we've gotten used to my sister saying like crazy outlandish things. Like she had told my one younger sister, "Don't stand next to the microwave; you're going to get radiated."
Right.
Well, that used to be a lot of people had that concern in the early days. Yeah. In fact, there is. Go ahead.
But then with radon being prevalent, she would tell the one younger sister, "Don't go in the basement. You're going to get radon." The younger sister, being so young, thought there was a guy, must have looked like the Michelin Man, who lived in the basement like Radon Man.
Radon. Oh, that's funny.
Ray Donovan lives in the basement.
I love it.
He was always making up crazy things.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. What is this one, Nick?
It's just like a mispronunciation, but it's sort of like O-range or
okay.
C of E, you know?
This one, yeah. This one time, me and my friends picked up a pizza, and on the top it said Italian, and I looked at it and I said, "What is Italian?" And my buddy goes, "That's Italian, you idiot."
That is orange or fragile.
Yeah. I did the same thing. My buddy was writing down in high school, and I was like, "What is Alabama?" And he was writing down Alabama.
Alabama.
Because that's where he wanted to go to college and play football. I was like, what is Alabama?
I have Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Listen, a-holes, I don't always use ranch dressing.
Well done.
Good.
One of my favorite moments. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing? So, if you don't mind, maybe we could play the yes or no game here on my stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we know why Pounders are called Pounders, the beer?
No.
Yes, I do.
assume. I know.
Pound them.
Yeah. No, because of the.
It's a pound.
It's a pound. Yeah.
It's 16 ounces of liquid.
I'm 39 years old, and I just realized that last week.
Why'd you think they called them pounders?
Because you can pound them.
Because you can pound them. There you go. Now there's 16-ounce beers.
And better.
Now, I wonder
love
if
Thanks, Chris.
is there some sort of lineage between the fact that pounding, we call it pounding a beer because of a pounder.
Oh, that like the term pounding came from
that.
the fact that it was a pounder? I don't know.
Yeah.
Got to pound that down, man.
I didn't know. So, I mean, there was a point in my life where I thought like all rivers ran north and south and that, you know, but there's also, speaking north and south, I thought when you flew to China,
yes,
that you just kind of flew east and west. And because my buddy Vince, he goes there for business.
I was
quite a
assuming
bit.
that too.
Yeah. I was like,
I
yeah,
didn't
you
think
just
about
go
going over the top.
all the way around. So I'm thinking, like, well, is it faster to go east or is it faster to go west? And he's like, no, you go over. I was like, oh, you can go. I didn't know you could fly over. You can fly north over into.
Yeah, the map can be a strange thing because when we have, and we've flown to Europe together before, and the next thing you know, you're getting close to Greenland, and we're like, are we going like way north to get there? And if you look at the map, no, that's the path you take.
Right,
pretty much,
yeah.
you know, and so things on a map versus a globe look a little bit different, and that's why you can be thrown off a little bit. By maps that you've seen.
They were pointing that out. I was watching this special about the Titanic sinking and you know, the perception of where things were. And the fact was the Titanic was going along a route that was, at that time, was highly trafficked. It was basically like two opposing lanes, you know, one going one direction, the other going with maybe a 50-mile spread. So that was the way they were going through. But when you saw it depicted and where the ships were placed on the map, it seemed, that was spread out incredibly far, but it wasn't.
Nick just pulled up a flat map of the world, and Greenland looks gigantic, Nick.
Right. And it's called the Mercator projection. I couldn't remember the term earlier, but there was the reason why maps are stretched like that is because of, like, in order to draw them flat so that you can see them in a rectangle, you have to stretch them up in the north and the south. But yeah, Greenland's not nearly that big. Antarctica's not nearly that big as well.
Wow.
Here's a funny text that came in, Preston, when I want to find it.
The Mercator projection was Rick Astley's first band, right?
I did not know that.
Yes.
Wow. Let's see here. Somebody texted in and said, I thought that it was Roman Cokes, not rum and Cokes. Roman Cokes. Get a couple Roman Cokes over here, please. Oh, that's so funny.
We have some Greek Cokes.
Yeah, roll out of the Roman. Sorry. Let's go to Colin. Hey, Colin, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so my sister-in-law, who just graduated from college, we were all hanging out like a year or two ago, and we were just talking about traveling, and she was going on and about how she had been to another country before, and all of us were like, oh, that's news to us. Where you been? She's like, well, we went to that wedding. Remember Steph's wedding? And we're like, yeah, that was in Colorado. She's like, yeah, the country of Den Bear. And
Are you kidding?
Dude.
That's a lie.
I swear. And so she was probably like 12 or 13 at the time of the wedding, but she thought because she got on a plane to go there.
Oh, okay. So this had lived in her memory as a child, and yet, even though she goes on to graduate college, for some reason, she never really That's hard to believe.
There's some other issues at work here.
But wow.
Was there any head trauma involved at any point?
Did she fall too?
It's funny you say that, but that's a totally separate story.
Okay. All right.
She dissociated Denver.
That's
from the
wow.
reality
That's
of
tough,
Denver,
man.
Colorado.
That's funny.
All
right.
I
Thanks,
find
Colin.
it hard that somebody wouldn't set you right on that.
All right. This one I like. All right. So, and they, I have to spell this. They said they thought that prog rock, P-R-O-G, rock, was prog rock, P-R-A-G-U-E, and all the bands were from Prague. It says that I'm 32 and I have 2 master's degrees.
All these bands, great bands coming out of Prague.
These bands out of Prague,
I love
they all like really long songs.
It's like the Mersey beat.
That are very, meticulous and difficult and have odd time signatures. That's so weird that just in Prague.
I love this Czech music.
Yeah. God. Let's see. How about Joe? Good morning, Joe. You're on the air.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up,
guys?
buddy?
So I'm an RN at emergency department, and one of the guys I work with, he's about ready to graduate nursing school. So we were talking about some of the old shows we saw. Sonny and Cher came up, and he never heard of them. I says, "You never heard of Cher? Musician. She was in movies." So he looks up Cher, and he says, "Oh yeah, she was in this movie Burlesque." Burlesque? You mean burlesque?
Burlesque.
His new name now is Burlesque. Every time he walks by, hey, Burlesque!
Oh, no! Man,
He'll
Joe.
never live it down. He'll never live it down.
That's great.
that's true,
Thank
yeah.
you, Joe.
It's one of my
let it-
favorite movies, by the way.
Burlesque. And then, when you... Weezer bringing us to a close. Little hit on the hash pipe. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. 10:52 from this Thursday morning. And what a day. What a full program it has been today. Hang on. Do I have lettuce in my teeth?
Yeah.
Okay. I can feel it. I was starving. And I normally don't get to my lunch until after the show is over. So I just went and dove in and scoured down my salad. Scour, would that be a right word? Scarf. Yeah.
Would you like to I have a suppository?
No, it's okay. I'm trying to quit.
Good call.
Yeah. I've been hooked on those things for far too long. I want to thank our guests this morning. We had a bunch on the program. We'll start with Mr. Brian Westbrook.
Yes.
Always wonderful to talk
nice.
that former Eagle. And he has his Brian Westbrook Foundation charity golf tournament coming up on the 19th. It'll be at the Union League Liberty Hill. And you can check out the, Brian Westbrook Foundation.com website to, there's a couple of slots available if you want to play. And there's a bunch of alumni that are playing. Jeremiah Trotter's name I saw in there. I forgot. I don't have my info, but there were a bunch of guys that are going to be playing.
No name
in the outing. No,
Yeah, Hollis Thomas, Jeremiah Trotter, Trent Cole, and more.
And also, thank you to Rachel Feinstein.
Yes!
She was hilarious. Yeah. And she's going to be performing at Soul Joel's coming up on the 21st. Tickets at souljoels.com. Then we had the fantastic Luke Spiller on the show. Lead singer of the Struts, super nice guy, literally rolled out of bed like 5 minutes before we chatted with him. He was tired, but still gave us some great stuff as far as the band is concerned and where his headspace is at. You can check out their website at thestruts.com. They're playing the Fillmore on August 23rd. And then I would like to thank the group that stopped in. We had Tom McParlin along with Nancy, Fran, and Barbara. And through their combined efforts, we managed to pinpoint who the people were in the mystery Polaroid photograph found in the wall of Steve's house.
Yes.
As he's getting some renovation work done. And we found out that it was Aaron and Maria were the two people in the photo, and their brother, sister. And we don't know much more other than that. And they actually spoke to Maria, and she was a little quiet on the details. So, it's maybe there were some issues in the family. I don't know, but we'd rather not, pry too much. But now we've identified who they were.
Well, the pictures of her, we figured we were able to nail down 15, 16 years old, and now she's in her early 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really cool that Tom and company got to the bottom of it.
Yes.
And found out who she was and everything. And bizarrely, when we were looking at the picture before we knew who these people were, and we were just creating a story from what we saw, I said her name is Maria.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We need to isolate that. Marissa is coming back. She had to take a little pause here, but we'll see if we can get that original clip.
Yep. So that was really cool. And thank you to the gang from JDog Junk Removal. And they came in because we are literally cleaning out our storage units here at the building, and they are moving everything for us. And they can do the same thing for you. In fact, there is a contest now since the guys popped in today. And you could win a $500 junk removal prize from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling. So we want you to send us a picture of your junk. Always wanted to see your junk.
Show us your junk.
Now we get to see it. So, but if you've got a cluttery basement or garage or whatever it may be, take a picture of it and send it to us. You can do it through WMMR.com. Click on contest. Somebody's going to walk away with a $500 junk removal prize from JDog Junk Removal and Hauling, and you'll get rid of that stuff. And they are, of course, veteran owned and operated. And you can call them if you want to get a free estimate on your own. 844-GET-JDog, and I've used them many times, and they are a great group of people, and they get the job done right. So it was a busy day today and very enjoyable. Ryan Shuttleworth is here.
Hey, guys, how we doing?
Wonderful. You?
Quite well. I love all the mysteries that get solved. You're like one program away from like finding Hoffa. This is great.
Yeah, I'm sure we have the power.
I do. Yes, you do.
Can make that happen.
Yeah, man.
You got a couple days left of doing shows, but let's get the letter of the day if you're ready first.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
L as in llama.
Llama. All right, I got one more to go. We give it away tomorrow. $500 towards a set of 4 new tires from our friends at United Tire and Service. Make sure that your ride is ready to roll for your August adventures. Don't drive alone. Drive united. What special things do you have planned today, Ryan?
So a couple more days in for Pierre Robert. He will be back on Monday. But the workforce blocks today, we will celebrate with the Cars. It's a beautiful summer day, so I think a block of Bob Marley is in order. And in the complete opposite direction, Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden celebrating a birthday, so we will up the irons with Iron Maiden.
Thank you. I was hoping you would pronounce it the right way.
It's ingrained.
Yeah. Iron.
I can't not pronounce it that way now.
All right. Stick around with Ryan. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and powered by PGW's Landlord Cooperation Program. Learn more at pgworks.com. Tomorrow, for Friday, it will be No Sad Bro. We'll celebrate that. We'll have the connoisseur. Our friend Bill Bellamy. He is always great.
He is terrific.
He'll be in our studio. Kevin Smith. He is always great. Going to be Zooming with him because he's coming into the area.
Yes, he is.
And maybe we might have Michael McDonald on the show tomorrow.
All right.
It's not been confirmed, but they're working on it. Doobie Brothers are coming to town.
Yeah.
And it'd be great to talk to Michael McDonald. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.